order at 9:06 a.m. Can I get a roll call, please?
Heather Owen,
Here?
Annette Eastep,
Here.
John McPherson,
Here.
Virginia Mendoza,
Person.
Jaime Fernandez,
Here.
Mary Claypool, Sandra Ocampo,
Here.
Dr. Janine Gus.
Present. Thank you very much. The Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Lewis, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda?
The only changes to the agenda, I believe Cindy already sent out this morning. We had one interdistrict transfer 6.1 where it stated that the student was going from, let's say from Salina City to Sprinkles, but it's actually Salina City to Washington Union.
It is someone sitting in the house.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was. Say it again?
This was Salinas,
This
this was SUSD is what it was before.
residents. Oh, okay. Yes. And Cindy has corrected that and sent you the correct information. And on behalf of our team members who have been working on these interdistrict transfers, we do apologize for that error. But as you all have been seeing, we are getting them. Yes, they're coming in groves. And the processing deadlines and trying to get it all out to you has been quite a challenge for our team members who are getting so many so fast. So one error and all that we're getting, I think, is not too terribly bad, but we wanted to make sure.
This, just to clarify, this list is for Monday's meeting.
This is for Monday's meeting.
Doesn't it say June 10th?
I thought we were doing.
This is not my form, so I'm not
Sorry, it's not
familiar.
my form.
I think this is what we're doing today, June 10th.
Yes.
So is the correction on this one?
Was the correction on this one?
The one on today's, yes.
The one on today's,
Today's.
okay.
Item 6.8.
This I believe.
6.1.
6.1, okay, this I believe is for the ones
email
that.
said item
Anyway,
6.8.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait. The email said
Item 6.8.
6.8.
So it's this.
Today's.
On
Yes.
today's, this
Yeah.
one. Okay, thank you.
First one up.
Yes, and for the audience, I do apologize. We are not normally looking this disorganized. The email came in late last night while I was gone at an event, so, and we've started our meetings today at 8 o'clock in the morning, so we're trying to get this all straightened out and right.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, so can I move to adopt the agenda with a change?
So move. Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. 2.1 correspondence. Did we get any correspondence?
Yes, we did receive correspondence from the CDE. And that is the official notice that the state board meeting that will hear the unification matter. Well, we had heard a rumor that it might be on just July 8th in a one-day meeting. The notice says it's going to be July 8th through the 9th. So we actually still do not know if it will be heard on the 8th or the 9th. So that is the.
We may know sooner. I mean, we may know between now and then, but at this point, we have to assume we have to be there both days, just in case.
Just to be safe.
Enjoy your 2 days in Sacramento in
Oh,
July.
yeah. Looking forward to it.
So we'll enter that into the record.
All right, thank you. Are there any oral comments from the public for items that are not on the agenda? All right, seeing none, we're gonna move on to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, Dr. Gus, we're gonna move on to item 4, which is staff recognition.
Yes. And now, let me move that out. Thank you so much for allowing us to always recognize our amazing team members in the public setting. We typically surprise our team members who are going to be getting the You Make a Difference Award in advance of the meeting. But we have a little surprise for someone today. She's not even knowing that she's getting recognized until right now. So can we ask for Dr. Karen Lewis to please come forward and Michelle Ramirez to please come forward because we are surprising you in this moment. And so let me come around very, very quickly and hand you your award. We will take pictures after the meeting. And there we go. Congratulations. We love you. And the reason that Dr. Ramirez is receiving this award is because for the past 6 years, Michelle has been a driving force behind continuous improvement efforts across Monterey County, leading our local control and accountability plan reviews and differentiated assistance work with exceptional expertise and dedication. And you're going to see some data a little bit later that just shows how amazing that work has been. Through her leadership, she has helped districts build sustainable systems that improve outcomes for students, particularly those who have been historically underserved. Her knowledge of state accountability requirements is recognized both locally and statewide, and her collaborative approach empowers educational leaders to align improvement efforts with student needs. Michelle's impact is reflected in remarkable results, including a 100% LCAP approval rate for Monterey County LEAs and a more than 50% reduction in the need for technical assistance over the past 3 years. Yeah, that's awesome. District teams consistently express their appreciation for the guidance, support, and encouragement she provides throughout the year. Her commitment to building educational capacity and fostering meaningful, lasting change has strengthened learning communities across Monterey County and improved opportunities for countless students. We're so, so proud of you. Would like to add any more to that?
I know, I just want to be brief and say thank you for the opportunity. And it's very timely. We're in the middle of LCAP season right now. And at least 8 to 10 times in the last couple of weeks, people have stopped me to say, can you please share with Michelle how thankful we are for the work that she does and how important and like her support is to our success. She is out there with them in the field. It doesn't matter. Starbucks, where do you need to go? I'm there with you. Is it Saturday? Like,
That's right.
and just taking incredible care of all of our teams and all of the work that they're doing. She guides and leads our continuous improvement communities, ensuring that we have success for our underserved student groups. And that work has really led to a tremendous impact. So we're just incredibly thankful and incredibly thankful that we can be here also with all of you today to celebrate.
Thank
So-
you. Thank you for that. Thank you to the board. I appreciate that.
You want to say a few words?
Just, gosh, that I have just been so privileged to be here at Monterey County. This is my home. These are my kids. This is my community. These are my educators and my families, and I just feel really proud to be able to serve them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, is it okay? Can we do it right now really quickly? Okay, let's grab a picture really quickly.
Oh, okay.
Board members, come on up.
Oh, that was.
Okay, this way.
Yep. Dr. Lewis,
Right.
Deponia.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. I love you so much.
Oh.
I don't. I know, no time. No
You'll stand next to her for this.
Yeah.
How have you been?
Everything's good.
Good. Do the phone first and then my camera. So 1, 2, 3. Go. Squeeze in a little bit, Virginia. There we go. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Okay, hold on. Hold. And Nice.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so very much. I just
Sorry about the
appreciate it. That's
surprise.
okay. I can handle it. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Yes. This is what we're talking about.
Okay.
I guess for the
This is going back to history.
Okay, we're on item 5.1. It's our time certain public hearing and action in accordance with California Ed Code Section 476056 and Board Policy 0420.4 on the matter of Big Sur Charter's petition to establish a countywide charter school. Okay, so I have a paper somewhere. It's right here. All right. I would like to invite Michelle Archuleta, Director of Compliance, to introduce our next agenda item.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gus, Dr. Porras, colleagues, and community members. Big Sur Charter submitted a petition to the Monterey County Office of Education on April 14th, 2026, proposing to establish Big Sur Charter School as a countywide transitional kindergarten through eighth grade non-classroom based charter school for a 5-year term from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2031. Please make that correction on the cover page, which I wrote. It is a non-classroom based charter school. I also want to note that we have our legal counsel on the line today, Elizabeth Harland, and she comes from Adam Silva and McNally. And so she will be available for any questions throughout the process today. And so welcome, Liz, to the meeting.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm now opening the public hearing regarding the charter school renewal petition submitted by the Big School Charter School. The time is 9:18. As stated, the petitioners are asking the county board to approve a countywide charter petition for a 5-year term from July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2031. In accordance with the Ed Code, the board is holding this public hearing to receive input from the public. After the public hearing, the county board will make the decision to grant or deny the Big Sur countywide charter petition. The format for today's public hearing is as follows. County staff will be given up to 10 minutes to present the staff report, including the recommendations and findings to the board. Then Big Sur Charter School representatives will be given up to 10 minutes to present and to respond to the staff recommendations and findings. The board will then take comments from the public. If you have not done so already, please fill out a request to speak form and return it to Cindy Dunn. The forms are in the back, I believe, on the counter. Speakers will be called in the order that the requests were received. 3 names will be called at a time. Please come forward and be ready for your turn to speak. If someone else has already said what you would like to say, please consider foregoing your turn to speak or just state that you concur with the previous speakers. We ask that the public refrain from any applause or interruptions to minimize disruptions for the speakers. Public comment for this matter will be limited to a total of 2 minutes per speaker. After the public comment, the public hearing will be closed and the county board will have the opportunity to ask any clarifying questions of the county staff and or the Big Sur Charter School. The board will then deliberate and take action to grant or deny the Big Sur Charter countywide school petition. Okay, will county staff please introduce themselves and proceed with their presentation of the staff report?
Good morning. So today I'm going to give you a summary of the staff report that was published on May 26th, 2026 regarding the Big Sur petition to establish a countywide charter school. I'm going to go through several pages of background because I think it's important that you know how we got here today as a proposed countywide. To begin with, Big Sur is a transitional kindergarten through 8th grade non-classroom based charter school, and they're currently located in Monterey. They were founded in 2008 and they're currently authorized by the Big Sur Unified School District. On November 3rd, Big Sur Unified School District's board voted to deny Big Sur Charter School the renewal petition due to geographical limitations. On December 5th, 2025, Big Sur Charter submitted an appeal of the denial of their charter renewal to Monterey County Office of Education. Upon review of the Big Sur Charter renewal appeal, Monterey County Office of Education staff determined along with legal counsel that the county could not approve Big Sur Charter School's petition on appeal due to the same geographical limitations that were cited by Big Sur Unified School District. Big Sur Charter submitted on March 18th, 2026, a charter renewal petition to Monterey Peninsula Unified School District to be operated as a district authorized charter school. Last night, Monterey Peninsula Unified School District's board denied the district requested charter petition. And so right now, what I'd like to do is let you know before we continue into the report that there are essentially two avenues now. One, Big Sur Charter School has the legal right to appeal their denial, which occurred last night, to the county board. And at that point, the law states that we shall approve the charter petition that comes to us on appeal because they are a high-performing charter school, and that's what the law dictates. But today we're here to listen to the proposal of becoming a countywide charter school. And once I go through the report, then the charter school and their legal counsel will discuss their position on a countywide, and then a decision will be made today. So that is just, I think it's very important for you to know right now that the decision that was made last night does take us down a couple of different paths today. So to continue with the background, on April 14th, 2026, Big Sur submitted a countywide benefit charter petition to us in an effort to continue operations during the upcoming school year. Their term ends on June 30th of this year. So there is a pretty tight timeline right now. On April 28th, the county board held an initial public hearing to gauge the level of support for the charter school by the community. And on May 26th, as dictated by law, the MCOE staff published the staff report of findings of fact, which you have in your packet, and petitioners received a copy as well. And it was published on our website. Now I'd like to go ahead and talk to you about what a countywide benefit charter school is. California Charter Schools Act governs the creation of charter schools within the state and provides standards and criteria for reviewing a charter petition. A countywide benefit charter school will operate at one or more sites within the geographic boundaries of the county in which it is approved. While the Charter School Act signifies legislative intent to encourage the approval of charter schools, the difference between the criteria for a county wide petition and a district are very different. And the Charter Schools Act reflects a preference for a district authorized charter school. The legal standards and criteria for a countywide charter petition are stricter than the standards and criteria for other types of charter school petitions. For example, a petition submitted to a school district makes certain limited written factual findings. In contrast, for a petition submitted under Education Code Section 47605.6, a county board of education may approve a countywide charter only upon making requisite findings and shall deny a petition if all essential elements of the petition are not included. So what is the standard for approval? More specifically, a county board of education may only approve a countywide charter school if it is satisfied that the charter presents a sound educational practice and that it contains reasonable justification as to why it could not be established by a district. So the threshold requirements for the establishment of a countywide charter school is what I'd really like to focus on today with you. The county board may approve a petition to establish a countywide charter school only if it makes the following threshold findings. One, that granting the charter is consistent with sound educational practice. Two, that the charter school will offer educational services to a pupil population that will benefit from those services, and that such pupils cannot be served as well by a charter school operating in only one district. And three, that the charter school has reasonable justification for why it could not be established by petition to a school district. So those are the three thresholds. Now I'm going to go ahead and look at each of the three thresholds and give you the staff findings. For threshold one, granting the charter is consistent with sound educational practice, MCOE staff findings are the following: that the petitioners present a sufficiently sound educational program and that granting the charter is consistent with sound educational practice. Threshold number two, the charter school will offer educational services to a pupil population that will benefit from those services, that such pupils cannot be served as well by a charter school operating in only one district. Staff findings, MCOE staff note that with the exception of students residing in rural and geographically isolated areas, the desired student population identified by the petitioners is relatively broad and encompasses all students throughout Monterey County who wish to attend the charter school's non-traditional hybrid instructional program. Given Big Sur Charter School's hybrid educational program, which is not offered by any other school in the county board could conclude that students who wish to attend the charter school will benefit from the proposed educational services. Threshold three, the charter school has reasonable justification for why it could not be established by petition to a school district. Staff findings, while the petitioners provide several rationales for support to support countywide authorization, none of the rationales presented in the petition demonstrate why Big Sur charter students could not be served as well by a district authorized charter school. And in fact, they did submit a charter petition to Monterey Peninsula Unified School District to be authorized as a district charter. The Monterey County Office of Education MCOE staff have further analyzed the petition pursuant to Education Code 47605.6 subdivision B, which mandates that a county board must deny a petition for a countywide charter school if certain findings are made. As a countywide charter, the county board also has discretion to deny the petition for any basis it finds justifiable pursuant to Education Code 47605.6 subdivision B7. The conclusion of our staff report is as follows. The petitioners present a generally sound educational program, have gathered the requisite signatures, have included the proper affirmations and declarations, and have provided sufficient information in the petition regarding the elements required under Ed Code. However, Monterey County Office of Education staff is concerned that petitioners do not provide reasonable justifications as to why the charter school cannot be established and authorized by a district rather than on a countywide basis, nor that the students to be served by the charter school will not be served as well if the charter school operates in only one district. So the county board has the following options, and you have two resolutions in your board packet that mirror these options. One, you can adopt as your own the findings with the staff report and deny the petition to establish Big Sur Charter School as a countywide charter school, or you can adopt the following findings. One, that granting the charter school is consistent with sound educational practice. Two, the educational services to be provided by the charter school offer services to a pupil population that will benefit from those services. and that cannot be served as well by a charter school that operates in only one school district in the county. And three, that the charter school has reasonable justification for why it could not be established by petition to a school district pursuant to Education Code 47605, and approve the petition to establish Big Sur as a countywide charter school. Thank you.
That was good timing.
Wow. That was, okay. That was impressive, Michelle.
Didn't practice. Sorry, no one.
All right, thank you, Michelle. Will the charter school representatives please introduce themselves and proceed with their presentation? Please limit your presentation to 10 minutes.
Hi, you guys. Thanks again for coming here and chatting with us about this whole renewal thing. I'd hoped to come to you this morning to thank you and for considering the petition and let you know that a vote would be unnecessary because MPUSD had approved us. But as you heard from Michelle, that did not happen last night. So we're here instead, having this conversation. We've been in Monterey County for about 20 years doing the work that we do. And the idea of, the idea of not being around any longer to do that because of what's just been happening, all that timeline that Michelle laid out as a high performing school is just a lot to take in right now, and a lot to, I think it would be devastating to our staff, devastating to the students, and devastating to the community that we serve. So Michelle said a lot of the things that I was going to say, so you have to excuse me for a second. With our families have been living with this uncertainty, and as our staff for the entire year. We started this process back in September, and they've stuck by us. They've showed up. They've, put their faith in me to navigate this decision and this process. And it would be devastating for me to have to tell them something other than we've been approved by the county. Let's see, Michelle, the one thing that I want to bring up is the one finding, and sorry, I'm having a hard time remembering it, but the where it was that we could be approved and do our work through a district. Last night proved that we can't. So I think that's something that the board really needs to take into consideration. We've exhausted every path. I think that we have 5 charters out right now, 4 or 5 petitions, and I've turned over every rock that I possibly can, often confusing people. Why are you submitting an initial? Why are you submitting countywide? Why are you doing this appeal? Why are you doing that appeal? It's because I believe in the school, and I've worked tirelessly to ensure that we exist past today. And see. So I guess that you guys have the power to make that decision and make our dreams come true. So thanks again, and I'll turn it over to Janelle.
Good morning, board members, Superintendent Dr. Gus. My name is Janelle Rulli. I'm with legal counsel for the charter school. Just to add a little bit of context here. Big Sur Charter was authorized by Big Sur Unified for all these years, since 2008. Big Sur Unified, on advice of their counsel, decided that they didn't or couldn't want to continue authorizing Big Sur Charter School. The charter school is located in Monterey Peninsula, physically on Foam Street. Monterey Peninsula gave us the thumbs up in writing and said, you can continue operating your facility in our district. That was not enough for Big Sur Unified. So they denied the charter, as you heard, in November. The charter school waited until December to submit its appeal to the county because of a request from the county. And then after the 90 days had elapsed, or about at the 90th day, then the county said, oh, actually, we can't hear this. And so at that moment, we pivoted on a dime and submitted, as Amy talked about, a renewal charter to Monterey Peninsula, who then wrote us back and said, no, you can't submit a renewal charter to us. And so we submitted a new charter to Monterey Peninsula. And then we also submitted a countywide, as you've heard, and that's why we're here, at least this morning. Big Sur Charter, as I said, is a high-performing charter school. And that's not just something that we're saying as like a nice accolade. It actually has a legal import. It has a legal significance. The law says that a high-performing charter school shall not be denied. The only way to deny a high-performing charter school is to make written factual findings that there are substantial fiscal or governance concerns about the school, or that they're not serving all students who wish to attend. And there's actually a procedure that goes with that. The district has to notify, or the county would have to notify the school 30 days before the decision for the charter school to kind of go through a process and say, well, actually, we don't have substantial fiscal factors, and here's why. Right? So there's a back and forth. It just didn't happen at MPUSD. And in fact, their staff report, which recommended approval, said, we are unaware of any substantial fiscal or governance factors, or that the school is not serving all students who wish to attend. Last night, we went to the district board meeting. I spoke with them twice, once during kind of a mini presentation and then once in public comment. And during both of those instances, I advised the board that they could not lawfully deny the charter. I understood that they didn't want to be in that position. Nobody wanted it. You probably don't want to be talking to us on June 10th. Nobody, this is not anybody's description of an ideal process. But what I said to them twice was, the law does not allow you to deny. Their counsel did not advise them to the contrary, and they voted to deny. That is something that Big Sur Charter could, if it wanted to, litigate. You might all recognize that litigation takes many months. We are down to 20 days before this charter school closes, before people lose their health insurance, before students don't know what they're doing, before employees don't know what they're doing. We're down to the last 20 days. And so we're here today on the countywide. As Michelle said, and as is accurate, there is an appeal option for a denied renewal. The law gives 90 days for that. And, absent any assurance from the county that it would do it in 20 days instead of 90, we're at your mercy today. And when it comes to the countywide, I think the staff report did a beautiful job explaining why this is a sound educational program and why students are being served by this program. So then we have the third threshold, I think, as Michelle called them, the third threshold, which is that we have to have a reasonable justification why we cannot serve students as well by a charter authorized by a school district. I think we've shown that we cannot serve students at all with a charter authorized by a school district. We've been blocked by Big Sur Unified. We've been blocked by Monterey Peninsula, clearly in violation, like in direct violation of the law. You're not the charter police. We're not asking you to be the charter police, but we are asking for a different consideration here. So I think a reasonable justification doesn't mean that it's bulletproof, doesn't mean that you don't disagree, doesn't mean that you think that there might be another path. A reasonable justification is just that. We're showing you, here are all the facts, and it's clear that this charter school cannot serve students authorized by a school district. I was here in the winter. I'm sorry, I'm misremembering the months. I was here in the winter with a different countywide charter. You're hearing no opposition today or last month. There's no opposition from Big Sur Unified. There's no opposition from Monterey Peninsula. I suppose maybe that'll come in public comment, but we haven't yet heard that. What we're asking for today, Michelle talked about two different paths, right? There's the countywide path that's before us today on the agenda, June 10th, and then the option for an appeal. If this board is not inclined to go in the countywide path, we would ask for grace to move really quickly on an appeal. I've been working with Amy for a long time, which is why I'm also emotional about this. These are great kids, and they really deserve this too.
Thank you. This time I would like to invite public comment on the charter renewal petition. How many speaker cards do we have?
We have one speaker card, and that is Jessica Guzzi. Come forward.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for hearing the petition for Big Sur Charter. I would like to stand in support of Amy. She's been a longtime colleague. I think I'll just bring up that even though operated by Big Sur Charter, her school's been operating within the boundaries of Monterey County for the past 20 years and has a solid track record. And their program's really unique and supports families who need that hybrid option and can't, for whatever reasons, in their family attend school 5 days a week. We have shared students in the past coming from her school to mine and mine to hers. I know she'll continue to do an amazing job if you approve their charter. So thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
You, Jessica.
Are there any other speaker cards?
No additional speakers.
All right, thank you. That concludes the public comments on the charter renewal hearing. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing and the time is 9:42. The board will now have an opportunity to ask clarifying questions of the county staff and or the petitioners regarding this charter renewal petition. Are there any questions, clarifying questions for staff? Or, Annette, I saw your hand first, Annette.
I am wondering if we go the option of denying because of the lack of the justification for it being done at the district level. First, I'd like actually not just Michelle, but our council to reply to this, whether that's advisable. And because I think I heard you say, Michelle, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that if we do deny the county, there will be they could do an appeal, and that if there is an appeal, it's an automatic granting of the charter.
Correct.
And could we, if that is the case, could we agree, I don't know how we promise, but could we agree to hear this in a special meeting as opposed to a regular meeting? And how soon would we need to do that in order for them to be able to still be operational?
Okay, and yes, legal counsel will weigh in on this, Liz, at any point, and please correct me if I'm wrong in the messaging that I'm gonna give the board. But my understanding, because legal counsel and I have been discussing this possibility, which would mean that essentially Big Sur would probably turn around within a day or two and give us, and give us their petition. And barring their appeal, and barring any significant changes, they cannot change what they gave MPOSD. We receive it, and we have a board meeting, a regularly scheduled board meeting for the 24th, which presumably we could use as our first public hearing to gauge the support of the community. And also we could call a special board meeting any day after the 24th, which would be the second public hearing, and the board would render their decision. Now, the sticky point, and I think legal counsel for the charter is probably willing to work with us. There is a legal requirement of a 15-day published staff report. And if they would be willing to waive that, because it puts a lot of pressure on us to have to prepare a staff report that is so comprehensive, although we have a lot of elements already, then that would be something that is doable. Now, Liz, would you like to weigh in on what I've just said and correct me if I gave any misinformation?
Sure. Thank you, Michelle, and good morning. So I'm just going to echo what Michelle said, but to answer your question, if the county board denied the countywide charter petition and Big Sur Charter School appealed the denial of their renewal petition from Monterey Peninsula, then, absent any unforeseen circumstances, based on the county staff's review of their petition, as well as Monterey Peninsula staff recommendations, which did recommend approval of their petition, we believe that county staff would likely recommend approving Big Sur charter petition on appeal. In terms of the timeline, so typically the county board would have 90 days. It would be very tight, but likely doable to expedite that timeline to approve or hold the meeting to approve or consider the petition before June 30th. In order to do that, the county is required to publish a staff report 15 days before the approval. And we can discuss whether or not that can be waived, but I believe that can be done by Monday. I believe would be the earliest if the board convened a meeting on June 30th.
So you would be adding another.
Right. So a
Yeah.
special meet, and so a special meeting could do, it does not have to be at a regular meeting, was part of my question.
Correct. That's correct.
Liz, legal counsel from Big Sur would like to speak to the requirement of the 15-day publication of the staff report, if possible.
I just would say briefly, the way we read the law, the protection of the 15-day accrues to the charter school. Right, and so if the charter school is willing to waive that protection, right, so the, before AB 1505, we would get a staff report 72 hours in advance, right, when the agenda was posted. As part of the change in law, it's now 15 days, and so we read that protection to accrue to the charter school. Here, the charter school is willing to waive that protection.
Ron, you have a question?
Michelle, is from an operational governance standpoint, would there be any material difference between the school being approved today as a countywide charter and its petition appeal being approved?
Operationally, they will still serve students throughout Monterey County. That's their legal right as a charter school. So they're a school that will allow any children who want to be part of their school. I think the issue, Mr. McPherson, is the legal requirement for approval. So the countywide approval is based on those thresholds, and staff believes that the justification for becoming a countywide has not been met. However, if they come through the appeal process, it is a shall approve, because the law dictates that because they are a high-performing school, they have already met the requirement by the law. So it's, the operations would not be different, but the legal requirements as the county board reviewing and approving would be two different sets of criteria.
Can also add to that.
And
Liz,
What, you want to let go first, legal counsel?
okay, Liz, go ahead if you want to add to that.
okay. I just want to, Michelle is correct about the criteria for approval, the differences between the two. But to your question about the difference would be practically or operationally, the most significant difference is a countywide charter. They're not, Big Sur will not be subject to the same geographic limitations that apply to them if they were to appeal the denial from Monterey Peninsula to the county. So what that means is they, if they are approved as a countywide charter, they can operate anywhere within the county. If they are approved on appeal from the denial, the renewal petition by Monterey Peninsula, they are required to comply with the geographic limitations that would otherwise apply to them if Monterey Peninsula had approved it. Meaning they would need to stay or operate within Monterey Peninsula School District, even if the county becomes the charter operator. That's the most significant difference.
Can I add one more thing for the next question? Part of the reason the staff report said that we're not sure that they met the threshold for the definition of a county-wide was because they did submit the appeal to MPUSD. But also what makes a countywide is that they run a unique program or a unique charter that is not operated anywhere else in the county. And I want to be clear about the staff report. The staff report was not saying that they don't have a unique model. They do have a unique model. They are the only one that currently runs the hybrid model that exists. So had they not applied, had they not appealed to MQSD, it would not have shown up in our staff report that we were concerned about them not meeting the threshold to be a county-wide. And that's important to understand because we are not at all as a staff or in our legal counsel, we are not arguing that they couldn't or shouldn't have been countywide, except for the fact that they did appeal. They are trying to do the right thing and follow the law. And as their legal counsel stated, the default is that they would have been approved because they are high performing. That did not happen. They do have the option to litigate against the district. And I think the major concern here is the timeline. So you can, not just the timeline for litigation, but also the timeline for trying to get through the public hearing, them having time to rewrite what they have to rewrite to then submit it on appeal to us, and then us having the time to thoroughly review what that rewrite would say. But I did want to clarify, they did in their petition have reason to be countywide. And they also, there's one other factor, and they might be able to clarify this. Their current location that they exist in, that lease is coming to an end. And they are going to, in a year or so, have to find a new place to locate. They don't know where that's going to be yet. So that's something else that you do need to be thinking about because space is hard to find and they could,
Especially in Monterey District because of the airport.
yeah, so they could move out of that area possibly, but they don't know that yet until they get searching. Just wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
So I have a clarifying question on that.
Mhm.
If we were to go the route of denying the countywide, they appeal the Monterey Peninsula, and we approve that. When their lease is up, they can't move out of Monterey Peninsula's territory.
That's correct.
Very, very important.
That's why I want to make sure you just had all the information before you
Great,
decide.
thank you. Are there any other clarifying questions? Mary?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, like the rest of you, I feel like we're being kind of rushed in this because of all the timelines that are involved. But I didn't hear you say why MPUSD denied them. There had to be a reason or.
So
basis.
I don't
They could
want to
respond.
speak on behalf of what their staff did, but I think maybe legal counsel from Big Sur would be able to share that a little more coherently than I would. I
You
did
were
watch.
at the meeting.
Yeah, I did watch the meeting. I will say for clarification that the law does say that they should have been approved. There is no, they are a high performing school. So the law says there is not a reason other than governance or financial reasons, and none of those were stated as a reason for denial. So that's all I will say on that one.
And maybe the charter school can respond, what were you told last night as to the reasons?
I'm also not here to speak on behalf of NPUSD.
But when they made their motion, didn't they have to give a reason for denying?
They did. The reason doesn't align with the legal requirements. And so their counsel chimed in, there was a motion to deny. And their counsel chimed in and said, oh, I think you should add to the motion that the district is concerned about diversity. Now, the district, what they were talking about last night specifically was socioeconomic diversity. The law requires a charter school to have a plan to achieve a student population balance reflective of the district in 4 areas: race, ethnicity, special education, and English learners. The district was not concerned about any of those 4. Instead, they were concerned about socioeconomic diversity, which is not a legal requirement or a legal threshold. That was their stated concern.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
First of all, I'd like to say good morning to everyone here today. And thank you, Monterey Bay Youth Charter School, for your support to the other charter school as well. After reading the information that you provided to us deeply, you go back in legacy that they've been existing for more than 20 years, and that their programming and curriculum are excelling. And all the goes and pros about, what I find out is that, and what I see is that, some of the politics games are interfering in one way or the other. But, and I understand why, not applying directly to another districts besides
Sandra, do
Monterey.
you have a question?
Yes, my question is this. Thank you,
Thank you.
Manager. My question is this. Thank you for the presentation that you've done today. It's pretty obvious that they're ready to go. And my only question to you is if there's any way that we can push that through, legalize, and we're like John is mentioning a while ago, in the timely manner, we're here for you. Thank you. Thank you.
I have another question.
Yes, Annette.
Has the county ever done this before? I mean, not the timeline crunch, but have we ever had a situation where, or have we ever had a situation where it was just a district being asked to do the charter and then it was denied? And then did it come back to us?
So in the 12 years that I've been with the county office, we've never had a situation like this, no. And then Mr. McPherson has probably more time historically that he could speak to, but in my 12 years, this is unprecedented in terms of having a county and a district. Yes.
Can I?
Yes.
Monterey Bay and Bayview were both denied by MPUSD and were approved on P.
Okay.
But this is different than that. They were not schools that were established for
Correct.
eons.
Exactly. No, they were new, right? They were new
Yeah.
at the time?
And can I also just add that we are finding ourselves in this situation because of the passing of AB 1507 with the geographic limitation, because that was the reason that their current authorizer denied, not for governance, performance, any of those reasons, just the law does, because of that legislation, all of the lawyers, including ours, are interpreting that law to say, if you're not operating in that district's boundary, they can't be your authorizer anymore. That's why we're finding these weird, interesting situations.
I don't know who should answer, John or Deneen. This was before your time, I think it sounds like, Deneen. But I don't know which is better. It sounds to me like this charter should operate. Is it better to be operated through this fast track denial of the county and then force the district to charter? Or is it better for us to just do the county?
No.
Is there a way to?
It will be a county charter either way.
Oh, it will?
Yes.
The district is,
Oh,
the vote they took last night takes them off the table.
oh, okay.
It
I
will be
didn't
ours
understand that.
in
Yes.
either way.
Yes. And the only difference is the criteria that you'll use as a county board to approve it. So if you approve it on a countywide basis, you are saying that they have shown justification for being countywide and not district authorized. If you deny them as a countywide charter, they come to us on appeal and they shall be approved because of their high performing staff.
And they will be
They would just be the
approved as a
Countywide.
countywide.
Correct.
So we
Well,
still.
well, no, they will not
As a
be, no, they're
district.
not approved as a countywide. They will be authorized by the county board, but they're not a countywide. They're coming on appeal to us from a district. So, yes, okay.
But
right, yes.
if we approve today,
Then
then
you're
they
a
are
countywide.
A countywide.
Absolutely,
Yes.
yes.
Right,
Yes.
so there's two different things.
Yes.
Yes.
We're both the authorizer,
Correct.
but in one case, it's a
Countywide,
countywide,
And
and
now
in the other case,
is
it's
they're
a.
coming to us on appeal
appeal.
and we have become their
And,
authorizer.
and that's what happened to
Yeah, this-
Monterey Bay and,
Bacon.
and so that's why we're the authorizer,
Yes.
but
Yes.
they are within MPUSD, so they're, oh, got it. Okay, I-
And one thing
that's
to
important
to add
know.
to that is, and then the geographic, so if they're approved on appeal,
Mhm.
then they have to stay physically operating in that area.
Mhm.
So when their lease is up in a year, they're gonna have to find a place there no matter what. If they are countywide and they can't find a place there, they could find a place somewhere else in the county. Yeah.
But where Jessica is, she is in PGUSD for part of her school and partially in MPUSD for the rest of it. And so is that affect, I mean, this.
I have a special letter, Annette.
And
I'll help you get it.
No, I'm trying to understand
Right.
how this
No,
works.
yeah.
Right.
And it is appropriate. Your questions are absolutely appropriate because as the authorizer, that is part of what we have to ensure in terms of the legality. So they get permission from the district that they're operating within that geographic.
Got it.
So today, I think the decision is, and it'll be among the county board to have that discussion. Do you want to take one or two of the options to approve them as a, if you approve them as a countywide, then you're approving them for number two for all of those reasons that you
Right.
recognize these things. If you deny them, it's because you are adopting the staff report, which says that we have a little bit of trouble accepting the justification for a countywide. And then if you deny them, then we go the track of an appeal, which would be a very quick track, but I believe that legal counsel waiving the 15-day staff report is very helpful to staff because it's a time element. But the decision would need to be made prior to June 30th to ensure that their term continues July 1.
John.
Is it fair to say that if we went with the appeal route,
Mhm.
so they are restricted to MPUSD, that comparatively puts them at a disadvantage, both in terms of the students they could serve and the geography to where they can locate versus if we make them a county.
I'm gonna let legal counsel, our legal counsel speak to that, and then if Janelle wants to, but I will say that in a scenario kind of situation, if they moved out of the Monterey, if they got permission from the district that they're now operating in, I believe that that's still a legal way, but that's why legal counsel weigh in and legal counsel weigh in, okay? Yeah, because the geographic limitations are put on an appeal.
Right.
Okay, so Liz, do you wanna speak to the question or the scenario
Yeah,
that?
so, yes, so I understand the question is if the county board approves them on appeal, would they be limited to residing or operating in the Baptist Peninsula? Is that right?
Correct.
I think so.
And yes, that is correct. They would be required to remain within Monterey Peninsula's boundaries. And they would not be able to relocate outside the boundaries with permission. That's a very narrow exception that came into effect back in 2019 when the Charter Schools Act was heavily revised. So they would not be permitted to locate anywhere outside of Monterey Peninsula boundaries if they are approved on appeal by the county board.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right,
And can I just clarify something? If this had just come to us as a countywide authorization without it going to MPUSD and then back to us, or, just as a countywide, it sounds to me like they met all the criteria for a countywide. Well, the problem is that except for that, the rule is try to go to a district, which is what they tried to do.
Right.
But they are unique, which is what
Is part of a
is very
countywide
clear.
criteria.
yeah,
part of our criteria anyway.
Yes.
But the reason why there's a problem is because the law says that they want charters to try to go locally to a district. But there's a reason why there's county-wide. Okay.
okay.
All right, thank you.
I'm gonna move us on to deliberation. And if we're ready for a motion, John.
I'd like to make a motion. First, I'll speak to the motion because the motion is long. I understand the concerns about the absolute legal niceties, but I think I'm not too worried about it because this should have been approved last night. I think that if we're talking about who screwed this up legally more, I think it's our friends on the coast. We're gonna have this charter school one way or the other, and so I think it makes the best sense to have it organized in a way that gives us the best opportunity to be successful going forward. So therefore, Resolution 25-2660 to adopt the following findings: that the educational services to be provided by the charter school will offer services to a pupil population that will benefit from those services that cannot be served as well as by a charter school that operates in only one school district in the county. 2, that granting the charter is consistent with sound educational practices. And 3, that the charter has reasonable justification for why it could not be established by petition to a school district that was proven last night pursuant to Education Code 47605, and approve the petition to establish Big Sur Charter School as a countywide charter school.
Second motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing that, Mary abstains. Mary abstains. All right, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were having. I'm gonna get a bathroom break. Make it quick. We have a lot on our agenda today.
You know, yeah,
Really appreciate it.
USD will follow the code. Yeah. But
order, please. We are gonna move forward a little bit in our agenda to item. Item 8.5 and 8.6, presentation of resolution number 252635, honoring and recognizing Pacific Grove Community High School, named 2026 Model Continuation High School. And,
They were waiting, so.
okay.
And do you want to go to Spreckles, who's been
Okay, are
patiently
they-
waiting?
All right, so 8.7, we're gonna go to 8.7, presentation of resolution number 252637, honoring Buena Vista Middle School, named 2026 California Distinguished School. All right. On behalf of Monterey County Board of Education, it is my honor to congratulate Buena Vista Middle School on being named a 2026 California Distinguished School by the California Department of Education. This recognition reflects the school's commitment to academic excellence, a positive school climate, and the well-being of every student. An achievement like this is a direct testament to the dedication of Buena Vista's educators, staff, administrators, board members, families, and community partners who work collaboratively to create an environment where all students can thrive. Monterey County Board of Education is incredibly proud to recognize this outstanding accomplishment. Here with us today to accept this resolution on behalf of the Spreckles Union School District and the entire Buena Vista Middle School community are Spreckles Board President Chris Hasegawa, did I say? Hasegawa, and Superintendent Eric Torello. Please join me in congratulating them and celebrating this well-deserved distinction. You want to come forward,
Before
please?
we present this, we always give the people we're presenting to a few minutes to,
Just a few minutes. Good morning. I'll actually see you later in a different role, but I just want to thank the board for this honor. It really validates the hard work we put in as a community, as a staff, but most importantly, it's the kids doing the work, and we're real proud of them. You know, closing the achievement gap has been really the focus of what we've done the last couple of years with resources at the board level, and it's nice to see this. And so I'm actually the Buena Vista principal too, so I'm very proud of that as well. I also officially want to thank Dr. Gus for her 8 years. Spreckles owes you a lot. You deserve a wonderful and restful. It's been an interesting 8 years, and you've got us through some interesting things, so thank you. I also want to acknowledge Dr. Chris has served 10 years, and I can't convince him to do it again. So I want to thank him. He's been a rock, and his not coming back is the reason I stay up at night, but we'll get through that. So thank you, Janine and Dr. Chris. Appreciate it.
Yes, John.
Well, having two kids who are proud graduates of Buena Vista, very, very well earned. And I just going through my neighborhood, I see all the signs now for graduation. So the good work continues. So well done.
Thanks, John.
Any other comments? No. Did you want to say a few words?
No, just the last time that I was standing in front of this group, I was the ISM, International School of Monterey, petitioner for our charter. And John, you remember our friend Steve Young from King City kind of bailed us out at the last minute. And I'm just glad not to be going through that. This is much nicer.
oh, yay. All right, time for photos. Please join us right up in front. Please.
Sure.
All right, yes, right in the front here. Oh, wait, let me get my communications team members to come on out with camera.
Thank you.
Carrie, camera.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
I was gonna make a comment, but
Thank you.
it was limited. So I'll say to you, congratulations,
Thank you.
and thanks for your commitment for education and being such a good.
Great. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes. Are we all
Just a
in
little
tight
bit,
enough?
right there's perfect. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Got it. Perfect.
Great.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you guys again.
Congratulations. Thank you for all your hard work.
Sounds great. Thank you.
But I understand
Yeah.
retirement is.
Grandchildren.
It's almost for the same reason.
Yeah.
Same reason.
Three, that's what I'm doing.
Thank you very much. Well, it's way late. Noon. Noon? All right, I'll see you.
And now we're.
Congratulations.
Okay, well, great. Great. Okay, I'm gonna cross this off my agenda really quick. So I know who's where we are. Okay, we're on items 8.5 and 8.6, presentation. Are we doing these one at a time or both together?
They're both the same district. We can do them separately or together because we have principals from.
Oh, okay.
both schools.
All right, we'll do them one at a time then.
Okay.
Presentation of resolution number 252635, honoring and recognizing Pacific Grove Community High School named 2026 Model Continuation High School. Presentation of resolution, okay, that's good. Okay, 2026 Model Continuation High School Award Presentation. On behalf of the Monterey County Board of Education, it is our pleasure to congratulate Pacific Grove Community High School on being named a 2026 Model Continuation High School by the California Department of Education. Pacific Grove Community High School's recognition is something truly worth celebrating. This honor reflects a school community that knows how to meet students where they are and help them find their path forward with care, creativity, and high expectations. Through strong relationships, flexible learning, and deep belief in every student's potential, Pacific Grove Community High School turns challenges into opportunities and second chances into success stories. It's a place where students are not only supported to graduate, but encouraged to rediscover confidence, purpose, and pride in their journey. Here with us today to accept this resolution on behalf of Pacific Grove Unified School District and the entire Pacific Grove Middle School community, our Executive Director of Educational Services, Larry Hadquist, and Principal of Pacific Grove High School, Greg O'Mara, and Principal of Pacific Grove Middle School, Sean Roach. Please join me in congratulating them and celebrating this well-deserved distinction.
And since you said all three, then.
I was just reading, I was just reading
Yes,
what we
yes,
had.
yes. So maybe before we ask you to speak, we'll go ahead and read what we have for the middle school
Okay.
as well.
All right. Okay, so this prestigious, oh wait, sorry. On behalf of the Monterey County Board of Education, it is my honor to congratulate Pacific Grove Middle School on being named 2026 California Distinguished School by the California Department of Education. This prestigious recognition reflects the school's commitment to academic excellence, continuous improvement, and the success of every student. The award acknowledges Pacific Grove Middle School's outstanding performance on key state indicators, including student achievement, school climate, and student well-being. It is a testament to the dedication of the school's educators, staff, administrators, students, families, and community members who work together to ensure all students have the opportunity to thrive. Guided by Pacific Grove Unified School District's culture of we philosophy, Pacific Grove Middle School fosters a learning environment centered on belonging, safety, and prosperity. The Monterey County Board of Education is proud to recognize this outstanding accomplishment. And then please join me in congratulating them and celebrating this well-deserved distinction. So we have, yay.
Yay.
All right. So now we'd love to hear from you.
Good morning, Board. Larry Hagquist, Executive Director of Educational Services for Pacific Grove Unified. We just want to say thank you for this award and for recognizing our progress. We are currently in a session right now in Room G, so we stepped away from that. The session's called Coaching for Impact. What we're doing is we're focusing on our professional learning community practices. How are we looking at student outcomes? What are some areas of growth? So we're collaborating as an administrative team to look at those areas of growth. That's something that we constantly do. And with that, sometimes there's just a feeling that there's so much work to be done. And we're, in some ways, we feel like we're falling short all of the time because there's always work to be done and there's always areas of growth to look at. But I just wanted to take the moment to recognize, the two outstanding site administrators that because of that work, because they approach their work with that kind of an attitude, we see those results at the larger level. Sean was at AXA Middle School principal of the year, and I'm sure that, there's an award like that coming Greg's way soon. It's just a pleasure to work with both of them. And I'm super proud of this award and super proud of our team and these two leaders.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sean Roach. I'm the proud principal of Pacific Grove Middle School, and I would just like to say that I come here representing 57 staff and teachers whose true belief, whose true North Star is that every student at PGMS can succeed, and that our role is to support them, to make them feel welcome and safe on campus. I don't know if you guys remember middle school. Some of you may have blocked that out of your mind. But it's not a walk in the park. And the fact that these students continue to demonstrate wonderful gains, are very open with how they feel and really make it a family or a community, is nothing short of unbelievable. I'm very proud to be a member of that district. I'm proud to work with the folks at PGUSD. I love my kids and I love my school. Thank you so much for this recognition. Thanks.
Yes, good morning. Again, first of all, thank you to Dr. Hadquist, and also congratulations to my colleague Sean Roach. Very well deserved. My comment to you this morning is just one of gratitude. Super grateful to be here. Also super grateful for the opportunity as both the principal of Pacific Grove High School, Comprehensive High School, and the principal of Pacific Grove Community High School, allows me to work in the perspective and the continuum of struggles and road bumps to ultimate success and graduation. And just the compliment that I give to my staff at both schools, but community high school in particular, for again meeting students where they are and taking them to new heights. As I mentioned in our recent graduation ceremony, the community high school mascot is the Phoenix, right? And we're expected to rise above, rise through difficulties and road bumps and get to better places. And so for that, to be able to witness that and to help that with that process, truly grateful. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yes, comments. I was jumping the gun.
So I just want to say in my many, many years here in the county, and especially my 13 years here at the County Office of Education, I had the great opportunity to go out to schools every year throughout the county. Many of our board members have joined us. And I just have to say, it is such a pleasure and such an honor to see how your district works with your students, the mission of the culture of we, you see it in everything that you do, including when we were there visiting last time. I can't remember if I had a board member with me this last time, but when we went to both of the schools, we were invited in to actually talk with students, not just observe, but to talk and to participate with students. And you could just feel how the students, you could see it and you could feel it, how supported the students feel. And when you hear a high-performing district say, we always are striving for improvement. We are always trying to get better. We don't just sit back on our laurels and know that our kids are going to score well. No, we are always working on creating the environment where our kids can thrive and reach their highest level of success. That is the right attitude, and that is why you get the results that you get. And I'm just so very proud of you, and it's been a pleasure to work with you through these 13 years.
Any other comments from the board members?
All I gotta say, congratulations. Keep up the good energy. But make some time for yourself.
I'm sorry.
All right, we ready for a photo?
Yay.
Right.
Yep, yep. And chair and vice chair. Come on in. And I'm sure our deputy superintendent here too is super proud. His former district.
Okay, I think I need to be maybe on this side. 'cause I know-
Okay.
I need to
Just
be.
push me out of the way.
No, this is for you. I need to be by a shorter person. You're so tall.
I go over.
I'm on that side, go on that side.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Ready?
Just want to be closer to speaking.
Oh, here we go.
That's perfect.
Do you have everybody in?
Yep. That's okay, 1, 2, 3.
Perfect. Thank you.
Congratulations. I should have warned you, member of the Batman.
Oh. That was so fun. Yes, yes, you are.
Likewise, thanks for being at the workshop. Awesome.
Congratulations.
We're going back to work now.
Thanks, Ralph. Take care.
All right.
Yes, we have to go back to the local control. One, it.
Okay.
And let me ask really quick, if there's anyone in the public today to make public comment on any of our LCAPs or any of our budget, can you please fill out the request to speak form? Or can you, I'm thinking nobody here is here to speak about it. Okay, just wanted to check.
Okay,
So.
we are moving to 8.1. Our time certain, that's only an hour and 5 minutes late. Public hearing on the proposed alternative education program 2026-27 local control and accountability plan. It's on page 85 in the agenda. I'm going to open the public hearing. And then is there any public input and comment on this item? Seeing none, I just close it. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Okay, we're on item 8.2, public hearing on proposed open door charter school 2026-27 local control and accountability plan. That's on page 201 in the agenda. I'm going to open the public hearing. And I will receive any public input and comment. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, and then we're doing 8.3, public hearing on proposed Monterey County Home Charter School 2026-27 local control and accountability plan. It's on page 285 of your agenda. I am going to open the public hearing and receive any public input or comment. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And I think this is our last one, 8.4, public hearing on the proposed 2026-27 budget for the Monterey County Superintendent of Schools on page 377 in your agenda. I'm going to open the public hearing.
It's on the budget.
This is on the budget. Is there any public input or comment on the proposed budget? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, next item, okay. Our next time certain now is 9:55. It's item 8.8. Monterey Bay Charter School Annual Report to the Board. Dr. Porras, page 385 of your agenda. Dr. Porras or
And it's
Michelle?
good morning. Are we afternoon already? No, we're still morning. Feels afternoon, sorry. So we've got Monterey Bay Charter who's coming to the board to give an annual report. They're going to talk to you about their school, the great things that are happening. And so we've got Jessica Gussie that is going to introduce her staff and is also going to share with you her annual report.
Thank you. Good morning. Oops. Ricky microphone. Good morning, I'm Jessica Guzzi. I'm the Executive Director of Monterey Bay Charter School. I'm joined by my colleague Candace Galarta. She is our Communications and Development Director. And we are manager, director. She's amazing. So we are here to present our annual reports. This is part of being a county authorized charter school. We submit a report to you annually, our data, challenges and any of that. And then we also are asked by you to provide a slideshow, which really just has fun pictures on it. So if there's any clarifying questions on our report, I'm happy to take those now. We just promoted 54 eighth graders last week, and 80% of them were accepted into AMP and MAOS programs with Monterey High. So we're very proud of our recent graduates. And our graduation is really special, and it reminds us why we do the work that we do. Our student council president speaks, but each student writes a graduation speech so that all 54 of them are kind of valedictorians. And they don't all read their speeches, but the volunteers kind of just encompass, they share memories from kindergarten and from different teachers who've impacted their lives. So it was really inspiring last week to see that. So is there any questions on our report? Any of you?
Do anyone have any questions on the report?
All there if you'd like to read it later. And so we'll just move through the slides. We on the title page, we are a kindness certified school district, and we've been a family favorite charter winner in Monterey Bay Parent Magazine for the 5th year in a row. So we're very proud of those accomplishments. So we can go to the next slide.
Just
What?
And
Clicker, I have it.
arrow.
Okay. There we go. Our mission and vision remain strong, a diverse education balancing academic standards with our Waldorf principles. And we are looking for our students to become imaginative, compassionate, and courageous leaders. And there's a vision statement for you as well. Our numbers from the last test scores last spring, we are in green for both ELA and math. We're very happy to be green in math. We keep going ping-ponging between yellow and green in math. So we'll see what happens after this spring's state assessment, which results are slowly rolling in. We did decline a few points in ELA, but stayed in the green category. So we are just tracking that through our benchmarks and intervention programs with between our school directors and our academic intervention reading and math teachers. So keeping a close eye on everyone and supporting them where they need to go. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Candace for the pictures. It's all the fun stuff. Go ahead.
Well, a strong part of Waldorf education is there's arts and music integrated throughout their work. So we make our own textbooks. So we call them main lesson books, and we have examples of those throughout the grade. So the one on the top left is their American history block, and that's actually my son who just commenced. That was his work, and I'm incredibly proud of his ability to draw humans. It's amazing. And so I took a picture. And then to the right is a first grade class, and just showing that's them doing their form drawing, trying to make shapes and repeats, which is really great for our brains. To the right of that, we have our medieval market, which is part of 6th grade. So when they're having to learn medieval times and business math, we incorporate that by them making a business plan and putting on a medieval market where the students come, they get shillings and they get to shop at their market. So they actually had to act as if they were in that time period with their dialogue and interactions. And it was a really fun day for us. To the far right is 3rd grade cooking and gardening, which is such a fun part of their curriculum. And that's how they incorporate their math and learning fractions, a little bit of division, and getting their hands in the soil and really feeling like they're one with the earth. Below that, in 3rd grade, they do shelter projects. So this is an example of a student shelter project. the bottom far right, that's my daughter. She did her state report on Connecticut. And so she actually drew a map and placed it around her so she could visibly show some of the highlights for the state of Connecticut. And then in the middle there is an example of students at work. That's form drawing for first grade as well. So you can see the symmetry and the lines they're trying to draw and replicate. And then on the far left is another example of a main lesson book for fourth grade when they're doing their animal blocks. Pretty amazing for fourth grade, right?
You want me to click?
Yeah. A huge part of our curriculum as well is being stewards of our earth. We reached our 10th year as being an ocean guardian school. So we're the first school in Monterey County to achieve being an ocean guardian school through the NOAA program, and only the second school in the nation to receive that award. So Congressman Panetta came and presented a congressional award to our students in the fall, and student council is there with them. And we still have adopted the Casa Verde Beach, and we'll continue to take care of that beach through Monterey. So we clean that 4 times a year and clean up hundreds of pounds of trash. And then on the far right is our 6th grade trip for their Mount Lassen. When they go up and climb Mount Lassen, they study geology, rock formations, rock cycles, and then physically go and walk Bumpus Hill and Cinder Cone and climb to the top of Mount Lassen as a class, which is really great for them in their adolescence. And then gardening in the far right. We have some amazing specialty programs at our school. So some of you have had the privilege to come to our school in blacksmith. So blacksmithing is in the far right. It's primarily 8th grade, but we do open up the smithy for our fairs. So this is spring fair, where some younger students got to take a railroad stake and turn that into a sword shape. So they're actually melting the iron and working with the heat with the supervision of Mr. Vaden and some 8th grade students. We have a robust theater program. So we had Alice in Wonderland for our upper grades, where they actually do the entire production from set design, costume design, choreography, audio visual. And then the younger grades did Aristocats this year. Far right is our handwork program. And so this is a felting project from a 7th grade student who really loves felting, but each grade's project correlates with what they're learning in their main lesson work. So for example, if you're in 4th grade where you're learning long division and multiplication, we introduce cross stitching so you understand how to apply that. Far right is cooking photos. On the bottom far right, bottom center is fencing, which is a middle school elective that is very popular with middle school students. And on the bottom left is our middle school choir and music program. And we have a wonderful music teacher who teaches all the grades music, and that's a highlight as well. We love to have a presence in our community. So we are very thankful at the top left, Pebble Beach Foundation granted us a $10,000 grant this past year. We have neurodiverse students who struggle with main instruments that you would typically see in grades Waldorf education. So for example, 4th grade traditionally learns violin, 5th grade viola, 6th grade classical guitar, 7th grade ukulele. And so what we have is adaptive instruments so that all students feel that they can be a part of the music program. And under the guide of Miss Marley, our music teacher, they were really able to use those mallet instruments, and we were able to get some colorful codes for the instruments so those that were struggling could feel part of the music program, and that was wonderful. We are part of the Parade of Lights for PG, so we built our float. Student council builds the float, so they turn it into a sleigh, and there's our mascot, the gnome. We were proud to have a student in our 5th grade class, Declan Riggin, go to the spelling bee and excel. Do you remember what place Declan? She took first place?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, she's incredible. So there she is at the state spelling bee.
I don't know where she took. She took first in the county. I don't know if she took first.
Oh,
in the
okay,
state.
okay.
I don't know where she placed in the state.
Yeah, and then we were at the MLK parade. We were featured on the cover of Monterey Bay Parent for the February issue where we won family favorite charter school. So that's featured on the right. Our choir performs the national anthem at the Monterey Bay Union Games each year. So that's them on the far right singing the national anthem. They actually also took first place at the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk Choir presentation a couple months ago. We participated in Model UN down the bottom center, and then there's our signs at the Casa Verde Beach on the far left. We have a lot of school festivals that help create community for our families. So a big part of our education is also tying into being stewards of our earth is being one with the seasons and understanding the rhythms of the year. So we have lantern walks for our younger students there on the far left. We have a Grandparents and Loved Ones Day, which is there in the center top. And then on the far right is our spring fair and our winter fair. We dye our own cloaks with turmeric and ginger. So that way they have the yellow natural fibers dyed for their Festival of Courage. We do a spiral rock. There's that on the far right. We make our own dragons for the Festival of Courage. As we're going into those darker months, the students carry their own inner lights with them. And the idea of being fearful of something that you may not know. So the story of the Festival of Courage is the dragon who's able to actually be part of the community and is just wanting to be one. Our library was a huge program for us this year. And so we have a summer readathon. And then the far left was our spring fair where we invited a bunch of different performers to our outdoor stage to perform with us. And it's famous dances around the world. More student enrichment, talent show. Seattle Classic comes and does a presentation for us. We have sports for middle school, painting. A highlight of our school is our Kindness Ambassador program. So on the far bottom right there, we have students that want to be kindness ambassadors in each class, and they receive their little lanyards and their peace cards, and so they can help with conflict in the class. They are part of student council, so we do kindness in our community as well, and so they meet regularly with student council and our counseling program to learn ways to just elevate our school. And we had multiple different individuals from the community come in. So we had the fire department come. This was wonderful for the younger students because they actually went into full gear and said, this is how you would see us if we were coming in, and don't be scared, we're here to help. And that was just lovely. That's our younger students there. And then we had for Global Kindness Week, this amazing presenter, Leon Legavis, who actually created the Kindness Diaries, and he was related to someone at our school. He traveled the world with nothing but a backpack and did a whole series on how kindness throughout the world, like those that he met, helped him keep going on his journeys. It was lovely because he presented to our students and said, like, how did this make you feel? And what is a teacher here that has impacted you? And it just really elevated the whole idea of like how kindness can make such an impact. And that's kind of it. Thank you for all of your continued support. Do you have any questions?
Are there any questions or comments, John?
My annual question, facilities. What is the status of potentially moving out of Pacific Grove to another site?
My annual, I don't know, answer to that too. We've tried to maintain quarterly meetings with CSUMB, which was going well, I would say, through last year and this fall, but we have not had our February meeting with them. The last thing they let us know was that they were reassessing the land, so we're kind of assuming that that's gonna come in at a little bit of a higher price tag than what is, already on the table, so we keep meeting with them. But it's still just sort of running in place at this point, but we would like to unite our campuses. Annette said earlier, our main campus is on David Avenue. Our neighbors just got awards and recognitions. Dr. Porras signed our letter that lets us operate there. And then we also rent some space from MPUSD at the Foothill site. So we would like to bring our communities together because our charter school doesn't have busing. It does present a barrier to our family. So we'll keep looking at other options all around the county and just keep going on that. So yeah, I think you can see from the pictures that for us, our school's very student-centered, and it's really their knowledge that they're building throughout their day, and then we give them ample opportunities to apply that knowledge, be the talented musicians and artists and so many things in between.
Well, when I first came on the board, the big issue was how long the Pacific Grove building was going to basically stay standing, but it sounds like that issue has been mitigated.
They have been really, really great. I believe maybe 3 years ago passed a bond measure, so that has extended to our school site. So I think even when you were still there, Dr. Parz, they've replaced the roofs. The bathrooms got a full makeover. The buildings are being painted the same color as the adult school. There's 2 more being painted now, and they have sort of a really extensive project at the DSA right now waiting for approval. It's like there's kind of a portico and it's rotted at the bottom. So they're just waiting for state approval and hoping to do those next summer. So it's actually looking a lot better than it used to.
So it's not critical then.
No.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Yes, Sandra?
I'm just gonna go along with John's comments. I think for me, it's very interesting facilities as well. You know, you've been there for many years in where you are right now. And you have a great curriculum, you know, you sell the ticket pretty well. So I really would like for you to push the idea of growing into another bigger facility, because I understand there's a waiting list of some of the wannabe students, for this charter school.
Right.
And I've been here for almost 4 years and I've seen your performances, but back in my mind, I keep saying, well, you're doing great. You're doing great. What is holding you back for not finding another replacement that is bigger, prettier, and newer?
Right. Finances, money, and, MPUSD has not been very willing to rent us more space, so the lease agreement is very interesting with them. Both parties agree not to engage in the Prop 39 process, but they do provide the Prop 39 rate to our school, which is a lower cost. So yeah, I think our facilities definitely are holding us back, and we love PG. I mean, you can see the trees of the property
so
back,
beautiful.
yeah, Pebble Beach, but it's hard to get to, even if you're in Seaside and Monterey, if you're going down 68. So we would like to be more centralized, but MPUSD is not really willing to rent us a full site within their district, but we keep trying.
You have beautiful marina, Seaside, Monterey.
Mhm.
When you see the backbone of the pictures as well, beautiful forest behind. So hopefully one day.
Hopefully one day,
you'll come and
exactly.
say, "We got
That
the new
is our
facility coming
dream,
on
so.
board."
We'll
Thank
keep
you.
striving toward that. All right, thank you all. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We are on item 8.9, presentation from council regarding current interdistrict transfer laws. Dr. Gus?
Yes, we have with us here today, Tom Manello from Lozano Smith Firm. And we are gonna call up this PowerPoint for you at this time. This is in response to, there were some questions about what does the interdistrict laws state and what are options for the county board? After Mr. Manello gives his presentation, I also just want to, just in case I don't have time to give it to you later, because I'm also supposed to be speaking at an event on the peninsula and I may have to leave a little bit early and turn it over to Dr. Cortez. After you're finished, I also want to give the board a copy of, the question came up about, and it's going to be related to what you talk about today, your reasons that you can use to approve or to deny. Trustee Ocampo had asked the question, do we have to stick with the 4 criteria that are required by law, or can you, what criteria county boards can use? So we did a little bit of research. We have a document that you can take home, you can study. It's not, you don't need to read it right now in the middle of the meeting, but it just shows you from the county offices that post their handbooks online, what we could find out about also what other county offices are doing. So that way, next month, when the board policy committee meets, they can review our current policies and decide if they want to recommend any changes to the full board at the meeting after that. So this, I'll pass down, take it home, look at it later, but it is connected to what you're going to be talking about today. So with that, I turn it over to Tom Manello. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you. My name is Tom Maniello. I am with Lozano Smith, and I'm going to kind of walk through what I would say is the series of changes to the default of how the interdistrict transfer system works. And to sort of scope this for you, there are many, many different types of ways that students can move between districts. We're only talking about interdistrict transfers under Education Code Section 46,600. That's the only one. We're not talking about Allendale or District of Choice or any of these other models. Okay. So this is sort of the roadmap of what I'm going to try to cover today. I know you guys are running a little bit behind, so I'm not going to dive deep into the weeds unless you ask me to. But essentially, where California starts on the issue of where should a student go to school is on the issue of residency. This is the starting point, or what I would call the default position. And that's under Ed Code section 48200 to 48204, basically. And it basically says that the student is supposed to attend the school where the parent lives. And then there are some exceptions to that for students that are institutionalized, or, for example, you guys run the juvenile court school. It's an obvious exception you guys are familiar with. But the default is they go to school where their parent lives. And that's important because especially if you've ever been involved on the board of a K-12 school district, you know that districts oftentimes hire demographers who then give you guys projections of what your student generation rates are expected to be. And then based on those long-term plans, the district makes decisions about facilities decisions, personnel hiring decisions, and so forth. And that's kind of based on who we have now, factual data, and who are we expected to get under our demographic projections. So that's one of the reasons why the default is set the way it is, because the funding follows the students in California. And since districts make these long-term financial decisions based upon who they have and who they're projected to get, it could interrupt funding. I'm going to give you in a little bit an example that comes out of Southern California, LAUSD. But what I would note is that your board policy 5117.1 regarding transfers starts from the same default. It starts from the default of students should attend the school in the district where the parent lives. And that's based on the residency. Now, there are other ways to establish residency. And so this here gives you a bullet point list of these other ways, and then highlighted in red is the one we're talking about today. If a student has a transfer under 46,600, that is a legal means to establish residency in the district of enrollment. So once that transfer is granted, then they are considered a resident under Ed Code section 48204. And as a resident of that district pursuant to the transfer, then the ADA for that student goes over to the district of enrollment based on that residency. So that's how the sort of underlying framework is set up. So how does that work under 46,600? And this has been a statute that kind of sat unmodified for several decades. And then starting in 2010, the legislature picked it up and decided we're going to make some changes. And then they've made several changes since then. And the starting point for that kind of comes out of what was going on in California in 2010. If you want to know why does a particular law look the way it does, it's often very helpful to look at it at the time that the change was made. What was the context of the change back then? Because right now you may think this doesn't make any sense, but back then it might. So the starting point under 46,600 is the law does not mandate or specify the grounds for granting or denying inter-district transfers for individual districts. It doesn't say you must or you must not. And the terms and conditions for granting and denying are generally left up to the districts. There are a couple of exceptions. That's the default. There are a couple of exceptions for bullying or children of military families. In those contexts, the legislature has, by law, reined in that discretion. Military families is a good example. In that example, the district of residence doesn't even have the discretion to deny it if the military family wants to move out and the district of enrollment grants it, they're gone. So, and that's something that the legislature did specifically for active duty military, but they didn't do it for anybody else. So the default is the districts have a lot of discretion to set this in their own policies at their own local level. So what did 46,600 say prior to the amendment? It was completely silent on the reapplication period. And it didn't restrict districts' abilities to rescind or revoke inter-district transfer permits. It basically left it up to the individual districts. And, you know, I've been doing this for a long time. If you go back to 2010 and prior, in my experience, almost all districts did annual reapplication. It was the most common way to go because it was the most flexible way. Especially if you're talking about where you can run into pinch points at certain grade levels, where you might have students that, yeah, we have room for them kindergarten through third, but then when we get to fourth, we don't. And so how do we control that? Well, then we're not gonna approve these renewals on the IDTs because that's gonna make room for us for our resident students. So that's an example of why they did that, and it was very common. Some districts did have agreements between the districts that said if we take a student on a transfer, it's for a minimum period of time. And these were driven by the District of Enrollment's desire to have some financial continuity on taking the student and then not having the students pulled away. So that was driven by the interest of the receiving district, but those did exist prior to 2010. Okay, so then in 2010, along comes Assembly Bill 2444. This was approved by the governor in September of 2010, so it's not really a recent change. This is the one that, I'm going to go through the history of this in a little more detail here, but this is the one that changed the default from being, you can have annual renewal to being, now it's grade span, where once a student is allowed to change districts under interdistrict transfer, that the default is the student gets to stay in that school that they enrolled in until they finish the highest grade offered by that school. So back in the time of 2010, there were multiple districts in Monterey County that did enter into specific agreements to address this. But I think what happened is this just fell off the radar because the law limits those agreements to 5 years. After 5 years, they're no longer valid. You have to do a new one. And so between 2010 and 2026, it's more than 15 years later, it's just not happening now. But if you look at why did they do this change, the legislative history is instructive. So every time a bill moves through the legislature, the Legislative Council in Sacramento assigns a digest for that bill. I've excerpted here for you a piece of the Legislative Council's digest for AB 2444 that explains what was the Legislative Council's official position on what this bill would do if it was passed as it's moving through the legislature. And this, I think, gives you a clear understanding that the idea was to establish grade span attendance. That the idea was it precludes a pupil who is enrolled pursuant to a transfer from having to reapply. And they get to attend the school in which he or she is enrolled unless there's an agreement between the districts that says otherwise. So that's what Legislative Council summarized it. And this is sometimes nicknamed the grade span rule or the grade span default. So why did they do the change? All right, so you have to remember at this point in time, remember this is when we had No Child Left Behind. We had in California the Romero bill, and under that system, you probably might remember when every school district had to publish their annual performance index score. And then the state came up with a list of the 1,000 lowest performing schools. And if you had a school on that list of the 1,000 lowest, you were required to let students transfer out. And this was a Romero bill came from a legislator down in Southern California. Kind of phenomenon came up out of the LAUSD area. And it's not a coincidence. In 2009-10, LAUSD had granted over 12,000 interdistrict transfers to students. But then they were facing a $640 million budget deficit. So that's almost $750 million. That's a lot of money, right? So they later then retracted 80% of the 12,000 transfers. You can imagine the amount of drama that caused down in Los Angeles, right? And so that got the attention of some legislators. That was the genesis for why AB 2444 was introduced and worked its way through. So, and at that time, remember, the idea in Sacramento was they wanted to facilitate these transfers so that parents could make educational decisions about where their student's going to attend, because the belief was it's going to be better for the student if you do it that way. So that was the reason behind that. Behind Romero bill, behind No Child Left Behind, that environment we had then. So besides the Legislative Council summary, You can also get an idea of what a particular piece of legislation was intended to do by looking at the actual legislative statements by the two different legislative houses, the Assembly and the Senate. This is a lot of verbiage for a slide. I apologize for putting so much up there, but it is kind of relevant to what you're contemplating here today. And what they were saying here is, they were saying, okay, look, the point of 2444 by doing the grade span as the default is if we want to give students the chance to have educational continuity and stability in the educational program they've picked. Because the research shows that when there's instability in that program, the student performance drops. And this is actually in the Assembly Committee education report that was published at the time that the bill was introduced and then followed its way through every report after that. Interestingly, the legislature did have an interesting discussion as this was working its way through committee about a potential amendment to AB 2444, which would have made the default not grade span, but it would have made the default for the entire district. So instead of being, I'm going to transfer into kinder, but I only get to stay through 6th grade because then the middle school is different, I have to go somewhere else. The legislature was saying, well, if continuity is so great, why don't we just make it through the highest grade operated? And they had all these charts that they were looking at in California, because there are some districts that are K-8. There are a very small number of districts that actually have schools, individual schools that go K-12. And there are some districts that start only at grade 9 to 12. And so ultimately, they rejected the idea of having attendance be for the entire grade span operated by the district. And they limited it to only the grade span operated by the school in which you are enrolled. So that's how we ended up where we ended up. There was also an attempt that was made to amend 2444 so that the law would say that a district of residence would be able to deny or rescind any transfer if that district had a negative or qualified budget. And I'm assuming since you guys are the county, you know what negative and qualified budget means, okay? And this was not a new concept, quite honestly. This is something that's in the District of Choice program statutes now. There are no districts of choice in Monterey County, but in other parts of California that did exist. And the District of Choice program did allow for a district to not allow students to move out if that district was facing a negative or a qualified budget. So that's where they got the idea. They actually amended the legislation in the Assembly. It moved up a little bit. This was stripped out in the Senate. It did not make it to the final version. The compromise that was done was to allow districts to set up their own local standards if they wanted to by agreement between the districts. So they left the default being grade span, but they said if individual districts want to do something different, we're going to let them do it differently, but they have to do it by agreement, which of course means there's some public oversight of that, because when districts take action, they do it at a board meeting like this, and their parents can come talk to them if they want to. So what does 2444 say as it was passed? This is the paragraph that's most relevant for the change that was made. It creates a new statutory default under subdivision A1. Once the people in TK, kinder, or anything 1 to 2 or 1 to 12 is enrolled in a school, people shall not have to reapply for an interdistrict transfer, comma, and the governing board of the school district for enrollment shall allow the people to continue to attend. Now, I will admit to you, this creates some ambiguity in the statute. It is an unresolved ambiguity. There is no Attorney General opinion or published case law on this issue. Because the way this is worded here, the second part after the and only applies to the district of enrollment. It doesn't say anything about the district of residence. So there's two different ways to read that, and some district in California somewhere is going to end up being the test case for that, but right now it has not been adjudicated. The legislative history, I think, indicates that the intent was to allow grade span attendance, which is why I think the first sentence says shall not have to reapply. And since reapplication would be at both districts, I think that's what they meant, but it is not decided. unless, of course, they change the default by having an agreement between the two districts that says otherwise. Now, they even created an exception to the new default for the ability to agree on revocation as well as granting. So if the districts want to, so the exception is in paragraph A2. The default was A1, now you have an exception under A2. It says, the agreement between the districts can contain standards different from the default. That's in paragraph 1. Under which it can be revoked. So you could actually have districts that could agree between themselves that when they're going to allow students to move, nothing can be revoked for a period of 3 years or a period of 5 years. They could set minimum attendance periods if they wanted to. And then they actually created an exception to the exception. This is how Sacramento works. And this is a special rule for high school juniors and seniors. And so you could have somebody who spends 4 years, let's say 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th grade in a particular district on transfer. Their transfer gets revoked. They have to go somewhere else. Totally different graduation requirements. Now they may not be on track. So if you look at it in that context, this makes a lot of sense. So the high school junior rule basically is where the legislature has said, even if you have a local agreement between the two districts, you cannot affect 11th and 12th grade. Note, this does not impact expulsion. So if you're dealing with an expulsion, this is not an expulsion issue. This is only a inter-district transfer issue. So when you see that, then you have the issue of what happens when underlying districts don't agree. And sometimes a district is willing to take a student, but another district's not willing to release. Or sometimes a district's willing to release, but the district of intended enrollment's not willing to take the student. So if they don't agree on this particular student, what happens? The student can, if they have a localized appellate process at that district, they are required to follow that localized appellate process before they come to you. But if they've exhausted that, or if there isn't one, then they can come to the county board, because the very next code section in the Ed Code, which is 46601, basically gives the county board the jurisdiction to hear appeals on the denial of an interdistrict transfer. Now, it has to be a final denial. And then there's some discussion in code about what constitutes a denial. They've defined this through some series of amendments. Denial does include when a district takes no action at all. So if a family applies for a transfer and then they just never hear back, the code establishes some deadlines upon which the underlying districts are supposed to notify the family in writing of their decision. If they don't do it within those statutory deadlines, that is deemed a denial, which then triggers their time period to come here. If they don't meet the time period to come here, there's no jurisdiction for you to hear it. Also, one little piece that I would mention is, because it's relevant for Monterey County, denials by underlying districts also have to be translated into native languages if the district student population meets the threshold for language translation requirements. That's also a requirement in the code. All right, so what does denial not include? Denial, and this is right out of the Ed Code, denial does not include when a parent starts the process and doesn't finish it, either because they don't do the intra-district appeal process or because they start it, but then they drop off. If they don't comply with that intra-district process, that's not a denial that you guys have jurisdiction over. Also, revocation or rescission of interdistrict transfers are not denials. This is a technical thing, but if their permit is revoked, what the student then can do is they just apply for a new one. And then when they apply for a new one, then the underlying district has to act on that within the time period, depending upon when the request is made. And then if that new one is denied, then they can appeal to you. And there's a difference which can get into timeline, but there's a difference between what's known as a current year request versus a future year request, and that difference mainly is relevant for the timelines. Either way, the underlying districts have to answer the parent's question, are you going to grant this or not? And if that answer is no, then from either one of the districts or both, then they have the right to come here. So 46601, which is the statute regarding appeals, it does not mandate when an appeal should be granted or denied. You as the county board have a lot of discretion on that issue. You guys do have a policy on that, which your county superintendent just mentioned. If you change your policy pursuant to your own internal policy amendment procedures, you guys do first reading, second reading? Okay, so you just have to follow your procedure to change your policy. But you have broad discretion for setting your own policy, and if you look around at different counties, you'll find that county boards are not uniform on this issue. They all do kind of their own thing. What you don't want to do is you don't want to deviate from your policy, because then that starts raising questions about due process. But once you have a policy, you follow it, but you can change your policy pretty much at any time. And you have a lot of discretion on what you do and don't do under this 46601 appellate process, because it doesn't say thou shalt grant this or thou shalt deny that. So that's pretty much the change that happened under AB 2444 and the grade span rule, which took place in 2010. I don't know if there are any questions on that.
Any questions, John?
So, two questions. In the scenario where a district, regardless of AB 2444, has notified a student that has already been granted an under-6 transfer, but they are rescinding it, that can't be appealed. What can be appealed is that student then asking for a new one. And if they deny that, that's what can be appealed.
So the latter part of that is certainly true. There's a legal question about whether or not the district that granted the release can rescind the release during the grade span period, right? At the end of the grade span, so in a hypothetical situation where you have a student who's admitted at kinder to a school that only operates through grade 6, but that district does operate middle schools. It's just a different school. When that student reaches somewhere around the middle, let's say December-ish time of grade 6, those parents need to apply for a new transfer if they want to attend the middle school in that district. Okay, and that's very clear. The issue comes up about whether or not one of the districts can either rescind or revoke that existing permit when the student's in, say, 3rd grade, right? In the middle of the grade span. Right. And the change under 2444 is very clear that the district of enrollment cannot, because it flat out says that. There's an argument that the district of residence can, depending on how you interpret the comma and piece of that. But there's no authority on that. Right? That's why I included the legislative intent, because the way the legislature worded the statute, it can be read a couple different ways. So sometimes the intent is helpful to know, well, what did they mean when they adopted it?
No, and the intent is just to summarize, once a transfer is granted, that student will stay at I'll call it the new district, free and clear until they finish the school site. Unless there is an agreement between the two districts that would mitigate that. Last question. Since I think anybody looks at what you just said, understands what the intent of 2444 is. Is it appropriate, okay, allowable that a county board in the appeal process, if a district is violating that spirit that we just discussed, the intent of the law, is that a reason for us to grant the appeal?
I'll answer it in terms of, is it legal? Because appropriate is a policy issue.
Okay,
and I'm-
yes. Yes, you're the lawyer, yes.
So, policy issues are for you guys. You're
right.
Okay. So it is completely legal for the county board to say, no, we're gonna honor the grade span and we're gonna let the student say.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Net?
In our, sounds like we have a lot of discretion, in following our own policy. Is there a rule on being consistent from one party, one situation to another? That we should try to be consistent, families with different, they're different families, but the same, similar circumstance. Do we need to be consistent?
Right. I think I understand that question. What I would say is that consistency, if the facts are the same.
Yeah.
Yes. It's unusual though, where the facts are exactly the same.
Yeah,
You
sure.
know, you have the same exact issue, for example, in expulsion cases. You have 3 kids that get in a fight, 2 of them are put up for expulsion.
Right.
1 gets expelled and 1 doesn't.
Right,
They're all in the same fight.
sure.
Why did 1 get expelled and 1 not?
Right.
Well, their facts probably aren't the same.
The facts aren't
And
all the same.
yeah, and so the same thing applies here. I would say that every single IDT that comes your way, you'd want to take a look at the individual facts or the individual merits of those
Sure.
transfers. And then once you've done that, you could treat 2 different IDTs differently based on differences in the facts.
Mhm.
The potential risk you're getting at is if the facts were the same and the board was only granting IDT appeals for a certain class and denying them for a different class, and if that denied class was a protected class under California law,
Right.
meaning racial, religion, so forth, there's a potential discrimination claim there. It would be a little bit of an uphill climb because as a legislative body, you do have immunity for legislative acts. So there's a presumption that when you take an action, you take it in good faith. So it would be a little bit of an uphill climb for a person to do that, but it's theoretically possible.
I have 2 questions, Madam
Yes.
Chair. I guess my first question, Thomas, will be, what can we as the county board help or do to help districts that are facing declining enrollment, but at the same time, they are losing students through the ITDS?
So this is the classic balancing test that you face, that the legislature faced, that LAUSD faced. If you go back to 2008-9 in a different county up in San Benito County, Hollister School District had this exact issue where that board in Hollister Elementary, they had a huge amount of students that were out in the surrounding smaller school districts. And Hollister then, because remember 8-9 was when California was basically cutting school district funding. And so they had a big revenue crunch. So the board changed its policy and they said, we are no longer ever granting a transfer. And everybody that's currently out on a transfer, we're going to revoke it and you have to come back. That was what they did. And when that issue went on appeal to the county board looked at each one individually. But the general way they looked at that overall, there's a bunch of them, was they upheld the underlying district denial for all the new transfer requests because these are students that they had not already had a transfer. And this is before 2010. This is before the change in the law. And then on students that had been transferred out, they looked at it on the individual merits of the case. So if you had a student who is transferred out, let's say they transferred out in kinder, they've attended the school through 5th grade, and then 6th grade is the highest grade operated, but now the district of residence is trying to have the student come back, and there's only 1 more grade they can go anyway. And the only friends they know and the constitution, the constitution of that program has been the same for 5 years. How does that tip your scales, right? On the other hand, you could have a student that's only been out on transfer for 1 year. It was a kinder kid, was transferred out on 1 year. Now the district's trying to pull that kid back and they have room for 1st grade. Their kinder program's only half a day anyway, right? Okay, that might tip the other way, right? This is the different facts. And so the legislature up in Sacramento, when 2444 was going through, specifically debated this economic issue because they tried to give districts the ability, the legal right wasn't even a question. The amendment would have given districts the legal right to deny or revoke transfers if they had a negative or a qualified budget. Remember, qualified doesn't mean you're failing. It just means that you might be failing, right? They would have had the right to just say, forget it, everybody come back. And the Senate stripped that out. So that's how Sacramento balanced it. Now, what districts can do is they can enter into agreement between the districts that says we're going to require annual reapplication. And if they do that, families, they can enforce that. And if they're not having an ADA or a funding issue, they can just keep renewing them year by year until they have one, and then they can start denying them under that kind of an agreement. So that's how Sacramento addressed that issue. And that's how San Benito County Office of Ed addressed it way back in like 2009 in Hollister.
So that was before.
Now,
Before passed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quick question.
Madam Chair, my last question, I
Oh,
have,
sorry, go ahead.
my last question is, we as a board, keep seeing a lot of, IDTS coming in on this year, actually, not before, but lately. And we question ourselves, what can we do? How can we help districts, to take that away from us and deal with that issue? And so I don't know if that is doable, or can the districts meet and set up like a flat stop of how many students they can receive on a yearly basis and work it out? Because otherwise, my concern is this, that we are granting so many applications, accepting and in the other hand, we're increasing the student ratio of some schools that are not so big, like Spreckles or Santa Rita. And then we're leaving vacancy the other districts that is losing the 88. So at what given point can we balance the ratio and help either districts to work it out without having to come for approval to the Monterey County? I think it's something that the legal system and the districts should start looking into it in order to prevent, alteration or amount of students that are not being able to be accepted in those school districts because they're already saturated.
No, it's a good point, and it is that balancing act. And what I would say is the individual districts do have the ability to set unique local goals if they have local agreements. Right? It's up to them to do that. If they want to do that, if they don't, then the legal default applies. But even still, the county board has discretion on whether you're going to grant or deny the appeal. You can weigh those factors when you're deciding that. So if there have already been 30 students that have transferred out of a single district, and now you're looking at students 31 to 35, well, 30 times the base grant of, what is it, $18,000 a student now or something, right? You're getting into real money. And 30 students, if you think about it at an elementary district, that's basically a full-time teacher. So now you can also look at the timing of this, because for the district of, called the district of residence, if they're past March 15th, they can't lay anybody off. Right? So if too many students start flowing out too late in the game, let's call it, or too late in the timeline, then what you could end up with unintentionally is you could end up with unintended small class sizes that are not economical in the district of residence, right? Same thing on the other side for the district of enrollment. They may be coming to you saying, no, please don't. We denied this because we have a capacity issue. We only have seats for this many. And if you give us these next 5 students, we don't have anywhere to put them. We're going to have to hire a new teacher. And then we might have to operate a 4-5 combo class, which is from the teaching standpoint, unpopular, right? So it's on both sides of the fence there, depending on why the district's denying. And they can make those arguments here when they come.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I have a question about the MOUs. Do you said that most likely they're expired because this was 15 or so years ago. Do you know if any MOUs currently exist with any of our school districts that are current and active?
I do not personally know of any in Monterey County.
Okay.
I know there are other districts in California that do have them.
Well, I meant Monterey.
Monterey County, I'm not aware of any. It was considered, you guys in the recent past had the issue out of Washington Union. And Washington Union was trying to enter into an MOU on that issue, and it didn't go through between the other 2 districts, so they ended up with no MOU. right? But they were aware of it, they tried to do it, it just didn't work.
Okay.
You need both sides to agree.
And can I also answer that one? We did reach out to all the districts to ask, do you have an MOU? And from all the districts that replied, not all of them did reply, but from all that did reply, they do not have an MOU in place. And most likely because of what Tom said earlier, like that law was so long ago and so many changes, board changes, superintendent changes, like it just kind of fell off people's radar. And until recently, because they're experiencing declining enrollment and trying to keep their kids there, or as you saw with Washington Union, now they're not letting any more inter-district transfers, new ones come in. Their plan is the grade span, when they hit the highest grade in the grade span, then they have to leave the district. So that's why we're seeing it now, and we haven't seen it through the years, just because the declining enrollment is continuing on.
It's similar to what drove 2444 in the first place back in 2010, when financial issues drove districts to pull kids back that they had already granted transfers to.
I would say on balance, I don't want this to sound cynical, like a district's just chasing the money, because I don't think that's really what's going on. The district and it's usually the district of residents that has this issue. The district of residents that's trying to regain the ADA, it's usually because it's going to negatively impact a program, which then negatively impacts the students in that program. So it's still going to be a student-focused goal, but the question is, are you going to be looking at that district's goal, or are you going to be looking at this individual transfer student's educational continuity in the grade span? And then you have to balance that.
Mary, you had a question?
Yeah, well, thank you for the overview. It kind of validates, I think, what we all knew, but maybe wasn't quite sure we were doing it quite right. But based on the issues that we're facing, and I'm sure other districts and areas are facing the same things that we're facing with these appeals, and decreased enrollment, I always have a challenge with, like you just said, the student and their well-being and the health of the district that we're, transferring back and forth with. I guess, do you see any new initiatives coming forward that will address any of the issues that we're dealing with, that we haven't already discussed today?
My understanding is that there is no pending legislation in Sacramento right now on this issue. So somebody would have to take that issue up and get a bill introduced. Now, whether or not that would get traction in Sacramento, I don't know. Probably what you would hear, this is a local problem, just enter an agreement, right? That's probably what you would hear, but the legal reality of that is you have to get both districts to agree, and what if one of them doesn't? Then you can't enter an agreement, right? So it's kind of the forced marriage issue.
And we're in the middle.
And you guys are the family law mediator.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to make my last comment, and now that we have you here, I'd just like to share that lately, the majority of the appeals that we've been receiving at the county level are mainly concerns about childcare. And we have the criteria, I don't have it with me, I make a copy of it, but I left it home. The criteria that we follow to approval or denied. Okay, and in that criteria, their care provider, it makes a strong statement there. So I will say lately, if I'm correct, or you can correct me if I'm wrong, I will say 70% of the appeals are due to their care providers.
That's not uncommon, quite frankly. There are usually a couple of reasons. Let's set aside the special cases. Let's set aside bullying, and let's set aside military. Those are special cases. Childcare, parent working in the district are probably two of the biggest issues you're going to see on these. And then the third one is some kind of program that the district offers that the other district doesn't, like international baccalaureate or something like that. So those are probably your three biggest factors that drive this, right? In some cases, in some parts of the state, it's also driven by white flight, where you have students that are trying to get out of a district, and you look at the students that are trying to get out of 90% of certain, like 90% white, students like 80% not white, then that might be a reason to say, no, we're not gonna let you do it. And that's fine too. So it's, again, you're balancing.
Is there any problem with us getting copies of this presentation? It wasn't in the board packet.
You have it right
We
here.
have
I have it?
We
Yes,
have,
you all have it right at your place. And we can
Look
only
like
put
this.
the presentations in if we got them before Cindy puts the packet out.
Okay, so there's no problem.
You all have them. We can give them to anyone that will be in the
I don't know.
minutes as
We
well.
didn't get it.
Yeah.
John somehow didn't get his.
Oh,
Thank you.
So my last comment will be, for those that are going to lobby, you know, in Washington every year, please, 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 you know, make this a big announcement.
Well, this is a state issue, and I can assure you that on Saturday, when I go meet with ACCBE and their strategic planning, this will be the number one thing on my list.
Yes. And when they sent me the survey as the board
Yeah.
rep liaison, that was the number one thing on my list. So,
Something else you might want to consider, which is kind of off our presentation topic, but what they call class 1 or class 2 counties have this system of classification, which for this purpose is defined on ADA, not population. Class 1 and class 2 counties can have all of these appeals go to either an ALJ or an administrative panel, not to the board. Right. And you guys don't unfortunately meet class 2. You're just probably a little bit below that, so you
Not
don't have
getting
that.
any closer.
So another possible idea would be for Sacramento to change it to allow any county office to allow these to be heard by an admin panel who makes a recommended decision to the board. Right? Because it's the evidentiary part of the hearing that takes your time.
I was told by a member of LA County Board of Education that they had 1,800.
This year probably, yeah. But they're clearly class 1, so they're not.
They are like class.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
did somebody else have a question that I missed? No? Okay. Good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
Thank you so
time.
much. All right, we are on item 810, presentation on interdistrict transfer appeals by Dr. Rebecca Andrade, Salinas City Elementary School District. Dr. Jess?
yes, I'd like to welcome Dr. Rebecca Andrade, Superintendent of Salinas City.
Thank you, President Owen, board members, Superintendent Gus, for having me here. This is definitely a very interesting and timely topic that we have in our county, and in particular, because it's a new thing that we're having. Ultimately, I, like Superintendent Gus, work at the direction of our board. And what I am requesting respectfully is that you respect the direction and the discretion that our board has given us. When we are overturning so many of the decisions that our district does at the direction of our board, it really does have a huge impact. So I've been in our district and in our county for 5 years at this point. And let me just give you a quick history. I believe in having our students have consistency, have that sense of joy and belonging, and it's formed through the relationships. So for the first few years, we've been not denying their ability to come and go to the school that they had already established residence. In 2023, 2024, we had 549 students that belong to Salinas City Elementary School District leave our district, 549. That's a significant number of students. That's like 7% beyond our ADA threshold. The state has a 3% threshold where a district, regardless of where the student has been, but if they're reaching the 3%, then we can no longer grant. So by overturning the decisions of the Salinas City Elementary School District, you are actually impacting and increasing that percentage. So it's incredibly significant. In 2024, 2025, we had 468 students leave our district. 468. Now, as I mentioned, I really believe that once you have your friendships, you have your learning environment stable, we were approving all of those that were already having established their residency in other districts. Where you started to come and see some of the appeals from our district was primarily last year, when we started to say, okay, your child that is in third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, second grade, they may continue because that is the best thing. But your kinder, your TK, those should come. They haven't even established the relationships. They haven't even stepped foot into our schools. They have an opportunity. And unfortunately, all of those decisions that the Salinas City District, at the direction of our board, were overturned by coming to appeal at the county level. So now we have, in 25-26, we had 454 students out of our district. 454, making that 6% of our total relative to our percentage of ADA. So it's incredibly significant for us to really understand this piece. What you heard from the presentation from Mr. Manila was more than anything about renewals, not necessarily new. And so that's a big distinction that I want us to understand. We do not have any agreements with any of our district in our neighborhoods. We did in 21-22, when we opened a virtual academy, we had one with LSL, where they sent their students because they didn't have a space for them. And I believe that we also, our county said that anyone that wanted to not return to in person, that we were able to offer that through our virtual academy, but that was only for 1 day, for 1 year. So the 46,600 that was amended by AB 2444 really was to clarify the attendance loss and having up to 5 school years and eliminate the requirement that pupils enrolled pursuant to such agreements repeat annually. But I want to remind you that we do not have any agreements. So when we don't have any inter-district attendance agreements, any of the school districts that the applicants seek to receive, because there's no agreement, then we are treating them as annual. And because they are annual re-enrollments for inter-district transfer. And that is why we have been denying them, because at the direction that we received from you was, we don't want to be we don't want to be having a family send their children to 2 different school districts. So because that was the response that we received from last year's cycle, this is why we started to deny the ones that were in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and also because of Washington Union's decisions. So we're not necessarily seeking to deny or prevent inter-district transfers that are mandated by law. That is not what we're doing here. I'm not going to go through them because you already know those. I think we've already discussed them at length. But all other inter-district transfers are discretionary. All of them. We do not have an agreement with any other. So regardless of that piece, we do not deny any of our students that fall within the Ed Code. Our board policies and our administrative regulations, we have about 9 other reasons where we can actually prove an inter-district attendance permit. And by law, we can approve them under any of those other 9 reasons, as long as it doesn't exceed the 3% threshold established by our state laws. And as I have shared already with you, we have gone above and beyond the 3% threshold. We're at 6% threshold. We're basically an entire school that is out in our district. So since Ed Code 46,600 recognizes that 2 or more districts may enter into an agreement not to exceed 5 years, it stands that we could also agree, if we don't have that in place, that we're agreeing to a year-to-year. And that is how we are interpreting this law. The district's agreements may contain other terms and conditions on what shall be permitted or denied. Because there are no inter-district transfer agreements between our district and the districts, the non-renewal provisions does not apply to the Salinas City Elementary School District. And we are requiring an annual transfer renewal. In the absence of such interpretation, there would be no protection for the district from having other districts accept students and detrimentally impacting the SESD student enrollment and average daily attendance. If we had agreements in place, those agreements could set requirements between districts, including to require renewals throughout the duration of the agreement, as long as it doesn't negatively impact participating districts' ADA. Now, we understand that the intent of not requiring families to renew inter-district transfers is to mitigate the minimal burden to reapply. We understand that. It's a lot of administrative work on our staff and on when they come to appeal and ask the county to make those decisions. However, participating districts also have an obligation to ensure that our enrollment and average daily attendance are not negatively impacted. Our administrative regulation, when there is an agreement with another district, it states specifically, the superintendent or designee may deny initial request for inter-district attendance permits due to limited district resources, adverse financial impact, overcrowding of school facilities at the relevant grade level. The total number of transfer district students exceeds 3% of what would be otherwise the district's average daily attendance or other considerations. So in this regard, I do want you to consider that for the last few years, we have far exceeded the 3% and doubled it, if anything. We do understand that receiving districts may have represented to parents that their transfer requests are approved and that it has no bearing on the Salinas City Elementary School District's right to deny those requests. But we do understand that if those approvals were in line with the terms of the existing transfer agreement, it would be honored. The fact remains, we do not have any inter-district agreements with any other district in our county. So we as a district are not obligated to grant any of the requests. And the Monterey County office, we respectfully request that you should deny the appeals because one, none of the requests seeks an inter-district transfer on mandatory grounds, meaning that the students are victims of bullying as defined by Ed Code or children of active duty military. Also, the district does not have any inter-district transfer agreements in place as we have already established. And we have established a sufficient concern about the number of inter-district transfers that we currently have for non-mandatory reasons. We do regret that this is a burden on our families and that this is coming at the appeal level, at the county level. But I do want you to understand that the impact of maybe just one family with 2 kids here and maybe another family with just 1 kid because they already have one. It's significant, it impacts, it's not just a 1 year. When you are making decisions right now, you are impacting 7 to potentially 8 years, how early they start. And we do offer extensive enrichment opportunities. We offer up to 6:30 daycare. We do our due diligence to ensure that our families that are seeking to leave our district have options within our district. We find schools that are closer to where they're saying that they're, the person that may be picking them up from school would be coming from. We do want to be able to ensure that this is not something that is coming to you, but at the same time, I do respectfully request that you uphold the decisions that our board makes on behalf of our students. Thank you for listening to me. Any questions?
Are there any questions, John?
First, I have to say, and I think everyone here will agree, that Dr. Hernandez has done an outstanding job as your representative and in a difficult job. And we can all attest that he has been an advocate for the district's position. It's obvious, not only with this, but a bunch of other things from where we were last year when these appeals started to come to us, and we didn't have the information then that we have now. Totally understand the situation the district is in. I can't speak for other board members. I am very much not inclined to approve any appeal for a student who has not been previously granted a transfer. But as you saw with the presentation, AB 2444 is pretty clear that once the transfer is granted, that student will stay at the school granted to through the grade level unless there is an agreement. So what is the district's legal justification for not adhering to the intention of that law?
We do not have any agreements in place, and therefore we are interpreting this as a year to year. It has been the practice for decades in our county, in our districts, and also in VIA districts that are receiving our students.
Did
The
you
other
disagree
piece-
with what the presentation was? Because it was.
I am answering it. So the piece that I am saying is we denied most of the new and they were overturned when they came to the county. So at that point, the residency was not established because the districts agreed to it. It was more because it was overturned at this level. So we are standing with those and saying, no, we didn't agree from the first time that you decided to leave. We are not agreeing for the second time. And it's not that I'm not trying to follow the law, and I may need to step in here, but it's how even, I think Mr. Maniello expressed, it's up to interpretation almost how they left it. When you read the actual 46,600 code, the first piece that it starts with is that if you are in agreements, and we are not. So that's where it's very much left to interpretation. I feel like you are seeing it as you have no choice but to overturn appeals because you are now thinking that that is your only choice. Is that how I'm seeing it?
No.
Can I respond to that? No.
So you're seeing AB 2444 as
The board has been, their criteria is, it's, here, thank you. It's all this criteria, which is similar to most county offices. There are like just a handful that limit the criteria. Most county offices, or sorry, county boards like the flexibility because every single case can be very different. And so, no, I don't think that the board is feeling like they have to overturn or not. I think they are taking it on their case by case basis as their policy states. But I do think that, but they are aware of the whole grade span thing because it came up when another superintendent was making her presentation about why they are changing from their
Correct.
current model to community funded, and that's kind of what
So
put it on
for
the
that
radar.
particular piece, we do have an appeal that is coming to you later on, I think if not today, following June 15. So in that case, there is a student in that district that is within that grade span. We have no issue having that student finish their grade span, but they also have a new student that they're trying to ensure that they stay within the same district. And in that case, even the receiving district we are in agreement. It's almost like they're coming to you because the family is not in agreement with the current situation in our county, in particular with that district that is going into basic aid.
Is that one going to be heard on the 15th?
So you're saying a younger sibling?
Mary,
So if I get this right, you're saying if they've already been given a transfer in, say, grade 1 or kindergarten, you honor it all the way through the highest grade of that school.
We denied last year's kinders and TKs. And those that we denied, those decisions were overturned at the county level. So we didn't approve those.
Can I clarify that?
Yeah.
So I think, I don't want to speak
Yeah,
for you,
yeah.
but tell me if I'm interpreting this correctly. So when
Are
when they
coming
made the
back to us.
decision to try to cut off the new ones who've never even gone into the district, the issue was that there was a sibling that had already been approved. And so many of the parents' reason for appeal was you're splitting siblings and now they have to go to two schools. So then the district's response to that was, okay, then we won't split siblings. We'll cut them all off. So now then that means the ones that have been approved for years are being rescinded because they're trying to figure out, like, how do you start cutting them off?
Correct.
And the only other way to avoid all of this is to those families continue on, but when do you cut it off?
So
It's a
and
difficult
that is where I
decision.
started, where I said, last year the direction was like, we cannot be splitting families. And so all the TKs and kinders that were overturned last year, they are now coming and saying, well, now we have established new school of residence. But that wasn't because the district approved their interdistrict transfer. It was because those decisions were overturned at the county level. And so that's where we're now, that's why you're seeing so many now. Yeah. Did I miss anything? Yes. I'm going to invite our legal counsel up.
Well, can I ask a question?
Yes.
I was under the understanding that the 3% threshold applies only to districts of choice under SB 897. And according to the presentation we just had, there are no districts of choice in Monterey County.
There are no districts of choice in Monterey County, but the 3% that I was reading to you was from our own district administrative regulations. And it was pretty much taken from the Ed Code. And I will be more than glad to share that with you. But it states that if we do enter into one of those agreements, it would be the deny initial request for inter-district attendance permits due to limited district resources, adverse financial impact, overcrowding of school facilities at the relevant grade level. The total number of transfer district students exceeds 3% of what would otherwise be the district average daily attendance, or other considerations that are not arbitrary. So we are taking the language from our existing Ed Code, and it is part of our administrative regulations.
Just for clarification, what Ed code is that 3%? Or is it, or for clarity,
I think
or
it's
is it in the board policy?
46,600. It's 46,600.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Salvador Holguin. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Atkinson Adelson, and we represent the Salinas City Elementary School District. It's been a wonderful presentation. Mr. Maniello did a very good overview. And I thought, oh, seems pretty fair. But in his fairness, he also said, yeah, there's a lot of weeds we need to get into. And I think Mr. McPherson kind of hit on one of those, like, well, do we disagree with the presentation? Not entirely. And if you do have an opportunity to read 46,600, it's on the premise that the renewal language is for when two or more districts come together. And that's how the paragraph begins, with two or more districts come together, then the renewal language applies. So I wanted to make sure that we have that understanding. It's not just with any inter-district transfer, but at least our interpretation is that the renewal language, the grade span language is applicable. And I think that's why you heard Dr. Andrade speak to the grade span issue and how they've tried to address that. The other point about the district's internal administrative regulation, it assumes if we had an agreement with another district, here would be the requirements that we would have in place. And one of those requirements would be to have a 3% threshold. So maybe we don't have agreements, and you've heard from Mr. Maniello that maybe it's going to force districts to go into agreements, but that's going to be one of those factors. And so it may be a good rule of thumb, if you will, or to assist you in your discretion and saying that, gee, 6% is a lot. And maybe moving forward, you're going to give the districts more of an opportunity to work those things out. I don't envy your position, and I heard 1,800 for LA Unified. Yeah, I don't imagine that you have that many, but at least you have a sense that for one district, the impact of over, almost 500 inter-district transfers would be affecting that. So I won't take up any more of your time. I just wanted to add those clarifying points.
The first section of 46,600, I don't think was in the presentation that Mr. Maniello provided.
Again, I'm back to 2444. So are you telling us that the district is compliant with 2444 by not rescinding inter-district transfers for kids who have already received the transfers until they finish the grade level? Or the what is it called?
Grade span.
Currently, the district has not rescinded any grade span or transfers that have been granted. That would be consistent with the assembly bill that turns into 46,600. So 46,600 is just a bill. It doesn't become law until it becomes part of the ed code. And so 46,600 is the ed code that applies. So,
respectfully disagree.
No, and that's where Mr. Maniello's point is well made, that there are differences in interpretation for that. So.
Jaime, I saw your hand.
Yeah,
No, I
go
think
ahead
it's
and then
Virginia, okay,
I just have a
Virginia,
comment.
Virginia?
Yes, for Dr. Andrade. You say that 2025, 26, 458 students less?
Yes.
Is that the right number?
We're talking about 454 were are outgoing in inter-district transfers.
454?
Correct.
And how many came in?
Maybe about 300.
Okay, that's my point on that.
Yeah.
So it will be good.
Can we get the number
The actual
clearly?
number.
560
560.
for last year?
More than.
Okay.
560?
560, it's more than.
It's more than they going. So my suggestion is for the future, when you come and give us numbers of how many students left, also give us numbers how many students come in, because it will be a complete and full information for us to make a decision also. Thank you.
Jaime, you had a comment?
Yeah, I, first of all, thank you both for your presentation because it's very helpful. It would have been nice to have this before we started all these inter-district transfer hearings. And now you make great presentations every time, but it would have really been nice to have these numbers and to have this presentation prior to starting all of this. I don't know how much things are gonna change over the next year, but if we find ourselves here in the same place, please come in much earlier. I think it changes a lot of things. And for me anyway, and I won't speak for the rest of the board, but it's nice to know these numbers and it's nice to know all of this stuff prior to. So thank you.
You're welcome. And I do want to mention that what you see as potentially that we are rescinding those that had already been approved. In some cases, those were decisions that had been actually denied at the district level but were overturned as an appeal. So it's not that the district entered into an agreement of having that, child leave the district. It was more that it was an appeal that came to the county level.
Are you saying that therefore 2444 doesn't apply?
I'm saying that we are not interpreting that as we agreed to to release that student. And I think in some of the instances, what you might be seeing is those that were, that came on appeal last year to you, that were granted those appeals, that they're coming back to you because they're now stating as they established residency. And so the district is not following to Mr. McPherson's point, you know, AB 2444. But we never granted that release of student.
Yes, I don't understand, at least on some of them that were on appeal to us last year. I believe that those were already, they had been granted release from your district. And they were continuing, and what we did was say that the sibling should be allowed to stay with the
Right,
other.
we had, correct, you're correct, Missy.
Right.
We had granted those to finish their grade span.
Right.
But it was the siblings, and those were the ones that we had pretty much denied. And so they were overturned on their appeal, and so
Right.
they're coming back now stating, well, we were already approved, but the district did not approve.
Yeah, but in some cases, there were ones that you had approved and that we did make the younger sibling follow in the footsteps of the other.
Correct, so we had
older
approved
sibling.
the older sibling, we
Right.
hadn't approved the younger sibling.
Right.
And so now, when you approve the younger sibling, they are coming back again to
Yeah,
us
the
for an
younger
appeal.
sibling and sometimes the
And the
older
older now.
sibling is
So that
also
we
being
don't- right.
denied. And they were the original.
Correct.
They
And we were going
originally-
under the impression that the county board said, please don't make us make the decision of having the family split into two different schools or two different districts.
Okay.
So we're following the
No,
direction.
no, I
that
appreciate
we
that. It just,
received.
I don't think we know all of them that we might have overturned your action from the past. And so we don't know all of those. That might have been helpful for us to have, but I mean, at this point, it's hard to determine. I'm sure you actually have the records, Dr. Hernandez.
He
So,
can provide that
yeah.
as he, you know, comes and
Right.
speaks on behalf of our district in each of.
Right,
like,
on each
this
of the
was
ones.
An overturned, that went to appeal.
I have
go
one
ahead.
more question.
We have a lot more questions.
Okay, yeah.
You know what, Sandra first, then John?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank you both for your great presentation. And at the same time, I'd like to thank Dr. Hernandez coming here every meeting, trying his best. But on the other hand, I do feel sorry for you. And I feel like, God damn, this is getting nowhere, you know? And so with that in mind, I think this could be the beginning of a new fruit coming on board. Because as some of the members are saying, you know, we were not aware of that. We were not aware that there were siblings exiting or coming in. It was a little kid coming in or not. And I think, I don't see this as a negative presentation whatsoever. I think I see this as an eye-opening for the board and for the attorneys as well, and for you and Dr. Hernandez to really find out the solution, whether it is a solution or not, but at least we are becoming aware of the protocol. But in the other hand, I do feel sorry to know that 6% of the students exiting your district is way too much, So we need to do something about that, county board members. We need to do something, whether we need to follow through with an attorney and find ways to work with your attorney or creating an agreement among the school districts to put a cap. Like John mentioned it just a while ago, more than once. Is there any magic that we can do where you can deal with this situation and not coming all the way through us? So I just want to share my nickel in how I see and feel today.
All right.
But I think this, like I said, this is a beginning of something new, whether it is the new bill that is not enforceable right now or not. Let's look at all the potentials and see what we can.
Thank you, John.
For the 26-27 school year, do you know how many inter-district transfers have been rescinded for kids that are already attending another school site in another district?
I'm gonna defer to
I
Dr.
have-
Esteban, if you can come up here. We're right in the middle of all of that,
Okay.
so we have received some, and then we're waiting on some that are coming on appeal to you to be able to understand that. But I think the last time that, if you can come up
So-
to the podium with me, but I think we were looking at what, 170 at this point that you had?
So of the actual inter-district transfer requests that have not met the criteria, being one of the four provisions that we automatically approve transfers out for. We have a total of about 100 denied that don't fall, including some of the ones that have already come through. The 12 prior to today, some of those, the ones today and the ones on Monday are all denied out of that, about 100 that have been denied that didn't fit the four. In terms of how many of those were previously approved, then I can bring that breakdown. I'll provide that breakdown for you, which includes perhaps siblings or older students that were approved prior, but now have a request for a new one. And as you had directed or suggested, we have let the families know, if you're coming in with a new one, be advised that you probably will be denied both then. So what we have in our form now is, do you have any other children? So when they indicate that, we call them and let them know, we're going to, if your child's finishing 6th grade or 5th grade, depending on the highest grade in your district, and we may approve that child to finish, but the younger one, we will not. Do you want them separate? So they're aware that we are letting them know that we will approve one, but not the other. Because they're being a new one.
Thank you.
Virginia, you had. I have a hard time with that because the fact that I have two children, not that they are children right now, but as a mother, separating two kids is not fair. And there are situations where I think it's not fair that when there is a bullying situation, the victim gets to be transferred and still the person that is bullying the other student. So I feel like we don't really be fair on this situation. Parents should have the decision to look out for their children, and maybe the district will be helped by providing at least licensed babysitters close to the school, because that's the main fear that I hear from parents, that the babysitter is taking care of my child since baby. And they're scared to take the children to a new person. And that's the reason why all this is happening. Maybe that will be one thing to put in place, provide a list of licensed babysitters. And the other thing I want to mention is, at least me, I take case by case situation. I don't do a general rule and say, okay, I'm gonna approve all or disapprove all. I really go into the information and I do my own research before I say yes or no. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we do offer, free care until 6 p.m. at every single one of our schools, but we will look into maybe after 6 p.m. if there's someone.
It's before.
It's before.
It's before school.
So
5 a.m.
5
drop
a.m.
off.
Okay. Okay, we can definitely start to look into something like that. Thank you for your time.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I have a suggestion.
Snow.
That's what Virginia did. And I was just thinking about that program from the county. Maybe it's about time to work with the county and make an agreement where you provide housing and they provide the cares.
Yeah, there's
So no
definitely
kids will leave
opportunities
your
to partner
district.
for the before school. So what I'm hearing
Before
is the need that is
school, yes.
coming up
Early in the morning.
is the before school.
Yeah, because as a county, or especially Salinas, that we have a lot of field workers here. they are the ones that really need our help with the children. And I think it's just common sense to help them to be able to provide them with that information that they can make a better decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna take a very quick break to use the restroom or get a plate of food. If you would like food, be back as quickly as we can because we have a long agenda still ahead of us and we are very behind schedule.
Yeah.
And I will be staying after all. That was gonna be my speech for me since I was gonna do a clean break, but we're not at a clean break, so. Thank you guys. So food in the kitchen and.
6.6 and 6.7, inter-district transfer appeal number 252625, Salinas City Elementary School District, and inter-district transfer appeal number 252626, Salinas City Elementary School District. And do we have Ms. Karen in favor?
Would you step out now?
Yeah,
Ralph,
no.
if the parents are there?
Doctor, well, and also
I think
Dr.
he went-
Hernandez.
Mr. Hernandez. Oh, there's Ralph. He's gonna bring in the parents and Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah. Waiting here.
Are, just real quickly, the first family is? First family, English speaking or Spanish?
English speaking.
English speaking, okay, great. And do we have the district?
Salinas City.
Yes, do we have Dr. Hernandez?
Around here somewhere.
Go and look again. See, our first families are Eric and Lauren.
Can we, we're finding Dr., right, is this Dr. Hernandez's district?
Yes.
So we just want to let the parents who are here know, we very much apologize. We don't normally eat in the middle of our meeting, but we have so many appeals coming forward that it's just taking much longer. And you want a board who's not starving to death to make your decision. So we're going to be eating and.
Two different families here.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, okay, so the first family that we're gonna hear, Alex and Lauren. Okay, and so then the second family will be Derek. So they're gonna go first, and then so from, but we're gonna need that spot if that's okay. And, but if you want, you're welcome to stay in here, or be out in the hallway, whatever you prefer, whatever's more comfortable for you.
Yeah, you're welcome to stay. If you could just move to the, either the second row or the second row here.
So Alex and Lauren is first.
Alex.
Alex and Lauren Lopez, yes.
Okay.
Hold on, let me text the district. Sorry, they probably
That's
stepped out
fine.
to go to the restroom. They were
don't
just in
know.
here a moment ago.
That's okay.
Sure.
Just texted the district rep, so take you back a minute. Gotta give you a few more seconds to eat.
6.6, right?
Mhm.
Like we could be doing. Do we have time to do, like item 6.1? While we wait? Okay, we're gonna move to 6.1 while we wait.
And then we'll come back.
We'll come back. 6.1 is adoption of resolution number 252654, Education Protection Account, EPA, Proposition 30. For 2026-27, that's on page 49 of your agenda. Dr. Stanley, did I catch you with a mouthful? Or are you okay?
No, I'm
Okay.
totally fine. So this resolution and the following two resolutions are the annual entries that we put
Oh,
in
yes.
to adopt a resolution as to how we are spending our EPA fund. And remembering, of course, that our Education Protection Act funds that are coming to us through the passage of Prop 55. These are the ones that are going through 2030, and they're looking statewide to see how they can make this continue forward after the 2030 year. The requirement is we spend these on salaries or other supplies and materials that do not have anything to do with administrative costs and salaries. And so what we have done for all three of our entities that file these resolutions is make sure that they are put into teacher salaries. Just as a reminder, the EPA funds that come in are not additional funds for our districts or for us. It's really an offset to the state funds that come to all of us. So it's a requirement from the legislation, but it is not actually new money for school districts. It just lessens the burden at the state level. As you can see at the bottom of this one, right, the first one for 26-27 alternative education, we're projecting to receive $17,680 for the 26-27 year, and that's always based on what the ADA is.
All right. You have, I want to take these three together, 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3, resolutions 25, 26, 54, 25, 26, 55, and 25, 26, 56. So
So moved.
You have questions? So moved.
Second.
Yep. Oh, yeah, I was in, Annette was the loudest I heard, but it might be because she's right next to me. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Stanley.
Thank you.
We're gonna move on to item 6.4, Wellington Smith Junior Juvenile Court School Instructional Day Calendar, page 61 of the agenda, and Dr. Bella is not here. So Dr. Gus, do you want to take this for Dr. Bella?
Yes. So each year, the County Board of Education must adopt the instructional days calendar. And as you see on the board cover page, excuse me, the ed code there, or there's a couple of ed codes just that state they must be serving students for 240 minutes. They shall not be closed on any weekday of the calendar year, except those weekdays adopted by the County Board of Education as school holidays or set aside by the County Board of Education. And so before you, what you see today is their calendar that abides by both of those required ed codes. And the County Board just, it's the law that you have to approve that calendar. Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, I feel like we gave the representative of Salinas City plenty of time to appear, and I'm going to move on to items number 6. What? Sorry, 6.6 and 6.7. Inter-district transfer appeal number 252625, Salinas City Elementary School, and inter-district transfer appeal number 252626, Salinas City Elementary School District. All right, thank you. Okay, introductions, Dr. Gus.
Yes, sorry, let me get a little organized here as well. Yes, first we would like to begin by introducing the staff members present in the room. We have with us here today our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Rob Juarez, our Associate Superintendent and Chief Business Official, Dr. Colleen Stanley. We have Cindy Dunn, our Executive Assistant. I'm Dr. Deneen Guess, Monterey County Superintendent of Schools. And now I would like to introduce our county board members who are the people who will be making the decision on this case. And we ask you to direct all comments to the county board. So first we have our board president, Heather Owen.
Good afternoon.
We have our vice chair, Annette Eastet. We have trustee John McPherson, trustee Virginia H. Mendoza, trustee Jaime Fernandez, trustee Mary Claypool, and trustee Sandra Campbell.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gus. I'm going to dispense with the reading of the letter of appeal unless one or more parties request that letter of appeal be read. Just so you know, all the board members have received the entire packet and ahead of time and have reviewed all the information. Dr. Gus, can you please state the powers of the county board and inter-district attendance appeal hearings?
Yes, the powers of the county board. This is the hearing by the Monterey County Board of Education on an appeal filed by or on behalf of student Dominic Lopez of the decision of the Salinas City Elementary School District to deny an inter-district attendance agreement for the student to attend Spreckles Union School District.
I'm gonna interrupt you. So it's two students.
So we'll handle both of them at the same time. Give me
Yes.
just one quick second. Student Dominic Lopez and student Caleb Lopez of the Salinas City Elementary School District to deny an interdistrict attendance agreement to attend Spreckles Union School District for the 26-27 school year. The students' parents reside within the boundaries of the Salinas City Elementary School District. The summary of the case has been prepared by the County Office of Education and has been distributed to the County Board of Education. Section 46601 of the California Education Code authorizes the Monterey County Board of Education to make a decision on this appeal. The county board may also send the matter back to the district that denied the interdistrict attendance request if there is significant new evidence introduced during the appeal hearing. The County Board Policy 5117.1 on interdistrict attendance appeals directs the members to review the basis of the district's denial to determine whether there are unusual conditions that justify intervention by the county board. Also, granting the appeal must result in improving the educational and/or health interests of the student to such a critical degree that substantial positive results in the educational services to the student will result.
Thank you, Dr. Guess. Now I will explain the procedures for the hearing and we will commence the hearing. First, the appellate may state the reasons for the county board to overturn the denial of the interdistrict transfer, and please be sure to direct all of your comments to the board. Then the district may state the reasons for the county board to uphold the district's decision to deny the interdistrict transfer. Then the appellant may then succinctly state any final rebuttal, and the district may succinctly state any final rebuttal. And then we will have questions from the board, and then please direct your answers back to the board. And then the board will have an opportunity to deliberate. So I would like to invite you forward and so you can state your reasons.
Good afternoon, MCO board members, MCOE board members and staff. I'd like to start by thanking you today in getting this process hopefully completed after today. So my name is Lauren Lopez. I'm here with my husband, Alex Lopez. We are here representing our two boys, Caleb and Dominic Lopez. Both of our children have attended elementary school at Spreckles Elementary since kindergarten. Dominic will be entering 4th grade, which will be his 5th year at Spreckles. Caleb will be entering 2nd grade, which will be his 3rd year at Spreckles. Our children have been a part of the Spreckles community for over 5 years as students and earlier years as residents of Spreckles from 2017 to 2019. Within this school and community, our children have formed friendships, stability, relationships with teachers and administrators, and confidence in themselves. Removing them now would not only disrupt their academic performance, but could have detrimental effects on their social and emotional well-being. Our son Caleb has an IEP for special learning disability and speech and language impairment that requires him to leave the classroom throughout the day to work with a special educator and have special education instruction and have an aide in the classroom at designated times. Caleb was under the care of a speech therapist at 16 months of age because he was not speaking. It has taken years of intense speech and occupational therapy to get him to where he is today. As a parent who's watched their child struggle for years, I have seen firsthand how detrimental changing his environment of professionals working with him.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
We issues. Sorry. Take your
Didn't
time.
think I'd get emotional. How detrimental changing his environment or professionals working with him can have on his progress. Thank you very much. He has made immense progress this past year, and that is largely attributed to the team he has at Spreckles. Our son Dominic is thriving as well within this community and talks about moving forward to 4th grade at Spreckles. As I started off in within progress and reaching his goal to be a million word reader. Sorry. He has a desire to learn, loves to read, and always tries to do his best. He is aware of the current situation regarding the denial for transfer and expresses great sadness and concern about changing schools. I respectfully ask that the board please consider the fact that our students have been granted an inter-district attendance agreement since the first application for release for Dominic Lopez in the fall of 2021. This release was based on childcare needs, which continue to be ongoing. Per board policy criteria 14, the student previously has been granted an inter-district attendance agreement specifically based on the student's childcare needs, and the student must be allowed to continue to have continuous enrollment in the school district. Our family relies on before and after school childcare due to our full-time jobs and extended hours. In previous years, this was Christy Johnson, who lived in the Spreckle School District until this school year. My mother, Jacqueline Bartley, is our current childcare provider and is an employee at Spreckles. Our circumstances haven't changed since being released from Salinas City Elementary School District in 2021. We are here today because Salinas City School District circumstances have changed. By allowing our children to stay at Spreckles, you're saying yes to their needs, confirming the importance of civility and community in a child's educational future, honoring the inter-district contracts for all previous years. My apologies, I don't usually get emotional, but once again, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I'd like to invite the district forward.
Good afternoon, President Owen, board members, Dr. Gus, and parents and others present this afternoon. My name is Esteban Hernandez, and I'm the Executive Director of Student Services for Salinas City Elementary School District. And I come to you on behalf of our district, respectfully requesting the support of our district's decision to deny the inter-district transfers requested for Caleb and Dominic Lopez. Their school of residence in Salinas City is University Park Elementary School. The stated reason for the request is based on our on previously approved criteria is babysitting needs which reside within the Freckles district. While the district recognizes and respects the childcare needs of families, the circumstance does not meet the criteria established under a code for an inter-district transfer approval. Additionally, there are currently no interagency agreements between the district and Spreckles or with any district in Monterey County regarding inter-district transfers. The family's residence is within half a mile walking distance from the student's school of residence in Salinas City, while the requested school is approximately 6 miles away. This supports the district's position that the request is based on an anticipated preference for care arrangements outside the district rather than the demonstrated inability for the district to meet the student's needs. So I come in to present the case for the district as we are ready to support a family with extended time, as mentioned before, with before school supervision starting at 7:30 and extended time with after school enrichment and academic support until 6 p.m.
Thank you. Now the appellant may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
In regards to the comment about extended school time, I'm a hospital administrator at Natividad Hospital. I work 13-hour shifts. I go in at 6:30 in the morning, get off at 7:30 at night, and when I work nights, I go in at 6:30 p.m. and get off at 7:30 in the morning. My husband has to be on the peninsula for work, and at times he might not get there by 6 p.m. I understand they do offer childcare, but it doesn't meet the needs of our current situation. You have to come up here.
Well, I have written some stuff, probably similar to what she had said earlier, but it's my version. But it's not
It's just a rebuttal.
rebuttal. I guess it's just taking our sons out of that environment. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think that's it. Thank you. The district may succinctly state any final rebuttal. All right, now we will take questions for the district or the parents. Questions, Virginia?
Do you rent or on your property where your residence?
I'm sorry, do I rent?
Yeah.
No.
No, it's your house.
I'm sorry, what was your question? I
If
couldn't
they
hear.
are renting or
Oh.
if they're on property.
John?
So first, question for the district and then for the parents. First of all, I want you to know, I said really nice things about you for when your boss was here. What were the years that the interdistrict transfer that they're currently on, when were those granted?
Up to last school year. Yes. So
2021 until current.
So the one factor that I presented to you since I started attending appeals here was they were coming to you because of changes to the criteria, which started being enacted last spring. So prior to that, there would have been.
Right. Before you arrived, I think, we had a presentation from one of our attorneys. And based upon the information he provided about AB 2444, which clearly states that once an interdistrict transfer is granted, it is good through the grade span. So for the older child, that would be 4th grade and 5th grade. And then for the younger child, since this would be up through 5th grade as well. The law is pretty clear. And so I really ask on bended knee that the district look into this and don't put us in a position where we are gonna have to do this over and over and basically cite state law that you cannot pull back a kid from a school until the grade span has been exhausted.
Just in quick response, the information that I have brought to you is based on. Just wanted.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the parents?
I have a question.
Yes.
Just point for clarification, is that bill that John just mentioned, the 4444, being approved and it's enforceable?
In
2010.
2010.
I'm sorry, got you.
That's what the attorney was presenting to us.
2010, that bill has been in effect. Any other
I
questions?
asked why, John, I asked that question because the previous attorney mentioned something that was not approved. What was that bill for? The other bill was.
I don't know what the previous, the district's attorney was saying. I could not make it.
That's what I got confused.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mary?
I guess I have a question for Denise. I don't know if she has an answer.
Since as you can see, the attorneys are interpreting Fed code differently. Do my.
Well, that's my question. If the code, so you're just saying that Salinas is interpreting the code different than the attorney, not that they're just not following it.
My understanding
Maybe I should be
is
asking
that
him.
their attorney is interpreting it different than our attorney. And when you, my understanding of what our attorney shared with us when we were also just trying to talk this through and get clarity, is that in his presentation, he quotes on page 14 of his presentation, once a pupil in transitional kindergarten, or any grades 1 to 12 inclusive is enrolled in a school pursuant to this chapter, the pupil shall not have to reapply for an interdistrict transfer. And the governing board of the school district of enrollment shall allow the pupil to continue to attend the school in which the pupil is enrolled, except as So kind of, it's not as clear here, but what he was explaining to me, not in the presentation today, is that where it's not as clear is the district of enrollment, meaning the district that they want to go to. Once you let them in, you're, because of this bill, not supposed to kick them out until the end of the grade span. But it doesn't in here, see after the and, it never says anything about the district of residence. So some people will infer that if the intent of the law was to let them stay there so that there's educational continuity, then it applies to both the district of enrollment and the district of residence. But the ed code didn't say the district of residence anywhere here in this particular ed code. And again, I am not a lawyer, so I am only repeating my understanding of what I heard. So if there's anything different, just remember, I'm telling you right now, I'm not a lawyer.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yeah.
So if you go to page 12, legislative intent of AB 2444, go to the very last sentence. A district must accordingly allow the continued enrollment of a student at a school should the student be granted an inter-district transfer.
Yes.
That is the intent of the law. And so is it a little clumsy in the actual wording? Yes, but the intent is clear.
Yes. I know you're getting off track a little bit. Can we go back to questions for district or parents? Jaime?
I don't have any questions. I'm ready to make a
Okay,
motion. if
are
we're-
we, okay, any other questions? And then we'll move to deliberation. Okay, we're moving to deliberation. Jaime, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion that we grant the appeal based on 2, 4, 4. I think it states it pretty clearly. And I'm gonna go off of what our attorney said,
Yes.
more so than what Salina City attorney said. And also, the idea that they've been there for 4 years and 2 years, and the younger boy, Caleb, right? Has an IEP and is working well with Spreckles. I don't see any reason why we would want to change.
All right, thank you. It's been moved and seconded.
What, who seconded?
Virginia.
Virginia.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations. Let me read the whole thing here. Student 25, 26, 25, and student, oh boy. Do I have to read all that? 25, what's the other student's number? Sorry. 25, 26, 26 shall be allowed to attend the Spreckles Union School District through the highest grade level offered by the school in which they are enrolled. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 6.8, is that, Dr. Forrest is gonna bring them in? This is Derek and Jenna.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you. You're right here. Yeah.
Which number is it?
We're on to item 6.8.
Just the student.
Adrian
Adrian
is the
and-
student. It's Derek and Jenna Mallett.
Here we go. Thank you so much.
Okay. Oh my goodness, I have too much stuff going on. What did I do with my?
Also, just before you begin this one, this is the one I wanted to point out in the very beginning where your documentation is correct that they are trying to get into the Washington Union School District or remain in the Washington Union School District. And on the cover sheet, it said
Okay.
Spreckle. So,
Washington Union School District.
District.
Okay.
And I have confirmed with the superintendent of Washington Union that because this student is still in that grade span, this They are not rejecting the student.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are on interdistrict transfer appeal number 25, 26, 27, Salinas City Elementary School District. Dr. Guest, can you please do the introductions?
Yes, and actually, since you were in the room and you heard the introductions of everyone, can we? Okay.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Perfect. Okay, and
Oh, there we
I'm
go.
going to dispense with the reading of the letter of appeal unless one or more parties request that the letter of appeal be read. Just so you know, we have all received the packet and reviewed the information. Dr. Guest, can you state the powers of the county board and interdistrict attendance appeal hearings?
Yes, and this one I do by law have to read. This is the hearing by the Monterey County Board of Education on an appeal filed by or on behalf of student Adrian Mallett of the decision of the Salinas City Elementary School District to deny an interdistrict attendance agreement for the student to attend Washington Union School District for the 26-27 school year. The student's parent resides within the boundaries of the Salinas City Elementary School District. A summary of the case has been prepared by the County Office of Education and has been distributed to the County Board of Education. Section 46601 of the California Education Code authorizes the Monterey County Board of Education to make a decision on this appeal. The county board may also send the matter back to the district that denied the interdistrict attendance request if there is a significant new evidence introduced during the appeal hearing. The County Board Policy 5117.1 on interdistrict attendance appeals directs the members to review the basis of the district's denial to determine whether there are unusual conditions that justify intervention by the county board. Also, granting the appeal must result in improving the educational and/or health interests of the student to such a critical degree that substantial positive results in the educational services to the student will result.
All right, thank you, Dr. Guest. Now I'm going to explain the procedures for the hearing and we will commence the hearing. The appellant may state reasons for the county board to overturn the denial of the interdistrict transfer. And please direct all your comments to the board. The district may then state reasons for the county board to uphold the district's decision to deny the interdistrict transfer. And then the appellant may succinctly state any final rebuttal. And then the district may succinctly state any final rebuttal. Then we'll have questions from the board. And then we will deliberate. So I would like to invite you forward to state your reasons.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenna Mallett and my husband and I are here today on behalf of our daughter Adrian to appeal the decision Salinas City School District has made in denying the release of her interdistrict transfer to Washington Union School District. For context, Adrian has attended Toro Park School for the last 3 years. Our family has been established in Washington Union School District for the last 8 years. My oldest is attending San Venancio Middle School and she will be entering 8th grade this year. So to take her out of her school, because she was approved because she is part of Salinas Union High School District would be detrimental to both of my children. So anyway, let's see here. Not only would it be devastating for Adrian to not be allowed to attend the school she loves and has been a part of the last 3 years, but it would also be extremely difficult to get both of my daughters to school on time between the morning traffic and the similar bell schedules that both of the schools have. To Adrian, Toro Park Elementary has not only been a wonderful school, it has also been a safe haven away from home, where she has an essential and extraordinary support system that has continued to help her through the difficult medical challenges our family has faced the last 2 years. Despite everything, she continues to excel in school, not only academically, but socially as well. We truly believe that is still the case because of the incredible support and care she has received from teachers, staff members, and school friends that have made her feel seen and heard while at school. Due to this, we are trying our best to keep her in the amazing school and environment she feels comfortable with, to keep her succeeding in all aspects of her life as she continues to heal emotionally. Provided in the documents submitted is a letter of recommendation from the Washington Union School District's counselor that Adrian has been working with weekly while in school. And we appreciate your time and consideration on this sensitive matter.
Thank you. Call the district forward.
Good afternoon again. And good afternoon, Mr. Smollett. And on behalf of the district, Salinas City Elementary School District, we respectfully request support on the district's decision to deny the inter-district transfer request submitted for Adrian Mallett, a second grade student. We empathize with the needs expressed by Adrian's family as they navigate medical trauma and other circumstances that are impacting them. Our district remains committed to helping families, and our district provides extensive counseling as well for students experiencing social emotional needs. So I wanted to make sure that I emphasize that. I also wanted to point out that given the circumstances with Washington Union, it is likely that Adrian would only be able to get through in that district up to next school year. So continue transitioning to Salinas City would give her an opportunity to start that transition successfully and sooner, given the fact that post third grade, there will be no chance that they're continuing based on the information provided by the district that they, as they transition a different funding formula that will guide any decisions pertaining, and they will not be approving inter-districts in beyond those grade level spans. So we've seen that they've already denied some for those that don't qualify for those grade levels. That would be the case for this family. As a student completes the cycle up to our third grade, if she were to remain there. Just wanted to make sure that that is a point we want to help as soon as we can so that transition is most successful with the district upon the time when they may need to come back.
Thank you. Now you may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
So due to our family going through this inter-district transfer process for the last 8 years, we really didn't even think it would be a problem. And so with the situation that Washington Union made that decision in December, we thought we at least had 2 years to figure out moving over there, because our 8th grader will already be at high school by then. And it really was to give us time to be able to do that after what our family has experienced. So I do understand what he's talking about, but we also thought we had at least a year or two to be able to move over there and not have to have a rushed experience to try to do that. Also, with the counseling, you know, my daughter is having a hard time emotionally with what she experienced. My son had to have emergency heart surgery when he was 2 months old. So it's taken a toll on all of us, but emotionally for her, it is challenging. So she has a group of people there that really care for her and take care of her and can tell when she's a little down, and they know her. So to move to a school where she does not know one person at all, literally. So it would be a huge transition and difficult for her.
Thank you. The district may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
Again, I just want to, I'm very proud of the team we have. Our counseling team is exceptional. And I know all the Mission Park has an exceptional counselor that works very closely with families. Just wanted to make sure you're aware when the time is needed, I could coordinate a handoff, an introduction with our team members, so you're aware, or they're aware of how they can best support you.
Thank you. Now we will take questions for the parents or the district. John.
Question for the parents. Just to make sure that you understand, there's a 99.99995% chance that after third grade, they'll be attending the district of residence.
Correct.
Okay.
We understand. I went to all the board meetings in Washington,
Yes.
well aware of what's
Okay,
happening.
okay,
And-
great.
Yeah.
Also, when we found out this decision, it was heartbreaking for her, but at least she knew she had a couple years to get to that point of knowing she had to leave. Not being, have a rug completely taken from under our feet, not knowing this was gonna happen, because there was no warning at all, because like I said, we filled out the same form with Salinas City for 8 years.
Right.
There's never been a change. So we really weren't expecting it. So.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Sandra?
I've noticed that your request is that you wish your kids to attend Washington District.
Yes.
Yes.
Just point for clarification, Madam Chair. Washington District, is that the one that is located on Highway 68?
Yes.
Isn't the same district that is not being taking any?
They're taking for the grade span bill. So that's what we were clarifying with them, that at the end of this grade span, there's, like John was saying, a 99.999% chance that Washington will not take them at the end of the grade span.
That
So
was
they're
the-
following the
Yeah,
law.
that was my point, that you need to become aware of what to expect in the future.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
That's my comment.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
And I feel like it's very mean to ask this, but I don't know how old your son is, but probably he wouldn't be at TK age. Okay. No.
No.
Thank you. Just.
All right. Any other questions? We're gonna move to deliberation and motion. John?
I hereby move that student 25, 26, 27 shall be allowed to attend the Washington Union District, the highest grade offered by the school in which they are enrolled, which is third grade. The reason being the same as the previous one. The actions of the district are not compliant with AB 2444.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations. Oh, I have to read, sorry. Student 25, 26, 27 shall be allowed to attend the Washington Union School District through the highest grade offered by the school in which they are enrolled. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And as the next family comes in, I believe the next three students are all from the same family. They're all Spanish speaking. And so Costa is going to be our translator. And I'm going to ask if all the board members can please ask your questions to the family in English, then Costa will translate them into Spanish. That way, all translation is consistent and it doesn't catch our translator off guard to try to remember everything that you said and regurgitate. So that's what we're gonna
Make your
do.
life
So-
easy.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Second. Okay. Sorry,
we
I'm
are
on,
now-
I'm trying to get, sorry. one
Yeah, give us
second.
just a moment to
6-9.
get organized.
Here we go. Okay, this is inter-district transfer appeal number 25, 26, 28. 25, 26, 29, and 25, 26, 30 for the Salinas City Elementary School District. Dr. Gus, can you please do our introductions?
Yes, good afternoon, good afternoon. First, let me start by introducing our translator, Constantino Silva. Next, we have our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Ralph Cordes. Our Associate Superintendent and Chief Business Official, Dr. Colleen Stanley. Our Executive Assistant, Cindy Dunn. And I'm Dr. Deneen Gus, Monterey County Superintendent of Schools. And now I'm going to begin introducing our county board members, and they are the individuals who will be making the decision on this case. And so we ask you to direct all comments to the county board. First, I'd like to introduce our board president, Heather Owen, our vice chair, Annette Eustet, trustee John McPherson, trustee Virginia H. Mendoza, trustee Jaime Fernandez, trustee Mary Claypool, and trustee Sandra Ocampo.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gus. This is open session, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to dispense with the reading of appeal unless one or more parties request that the letter of appeal be read. And I want to assure you that we have all received information to review it already. Okay, now I want to state, have Dr. Guest state the powers of the county board and interdistrict attendance appeal hearing.
This is a hearing and
I will follow along and I will translate
I will-
simultaneously.
simultaneously. Okay, I'm gonna deviate just a little bit because I'm gonna name all three children instead of
That's
doing it
correct.
separately.
Entonces, ella va a leer este documento, yo solo voy a traducir, pero va a mencionar a los tres hijos porque es el mismo caso.
This is a hearing by the Monterey County Board of Education on an appeal filed by or on behalf of students Yoslin Rodriguez, Esmeralda Martinez, and Christian Martinez of the decision of the Salinas City Elementary School District to deny an interdistrict attendance agreement for the student to attend the Alisal Union School District for the 26-27 school year. The student's parent resides within the boundaries of the Salinas City Elementary School District. A summary of the case has been prepared by the County Office of Education and has been distributed to the County Board of Education. Section 46601 of the California Education Code authorizes the Monterey County Board of Education to make a decision on this appeal. The county board may also send the matter back to the district that denied the interdistrict attendance request if there is significant new evidence introduced during the appeal hearing. The county board policy 5117.1 on interdistrict attendance appeals directs the members to review the basis of the district's denial to determine whether there are unusual conditions that justify intervention by the county board. Also granting the appeal must result in improving the educational and/or health interests of the student to such a critical degree that substantial positive results in the educational services to the student will result.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to explain the procedures for the hearing and we will commence the hearing. First, the appellant may state the reasons for the county board to overturn the denial of the interdistrict transfer. And please direct your comments to the board.
Now, or you're explaining?
I'm going to explain
Okay,
all of
that's it.
these, yes.
Okay.
And then the district may state reasons for the county board to uphold this district's decision to deny the interdistrict transfer. Then the appellant may succinctly state any final rebuttal. And then the district may state any final rebuttal. Then we'll have questions from the board and then the board will deliberate. Can I please come forward and state your reasons?
Sí, vamos a pasar aquí, micrófono. Y nos tornamos. Usted dice y luego me da permiso.
Ok, está bien. Yo le digo.
Adelante, usted
Ah,
diríjase
sí.
a la mesa directiva, por favor.
Buenas tardes a todos. La razón es que vengo aquí para, si pudieran ayudarme, es porque como estoy batallando por el rate sobre donde ando trabajando y las personas que me dan rate, ellos me llevan y nos recoge, o sea, voy al trabajo con ellos y me queda cerca del trabajo donde cuidan a mis niños. Ellos van de paso, haciendo el trabajo con ellos. Ellos me dejan, junto con ellos me dejan a mis hijos allá. Y de regreso del trabajo voy, me hacen otra vez el favor que recojo a mis hijos y por eso es la razón de que estoy pidiendo el cambio.
Okay, try to capture all that. Muy bien, muchas gracias. Thank you for your help today. I'm requesting your help because I work in the area of the school. I have people who give me a ride and they take me to work, but they also take my children to the school. And while we are at work, then we return and they take me and pick up my children as well. So it's that convenience of having that support to take me to my work. En el este, me dijo,
Sí.
on the east side.
Ajá. Y otra cosa también, como ahorita perdí un día de trabajo porque para mí, la educación para mis hijos es importante. Y por eso la razón de que vengo este día para que si me ayuden o si no, pero de todo modo hice el intento también.
I took the day off from work today. This was important for me, to request for your support. It was important for me to be here to request your support.
Y otra cosa es que como batallo por el rate y si yo busco otra persona que me dé rate, aunque yo consiga para mí, pero no hay una persona que me diga, te llevo con tus hijos, hay gentes que no me van a ayudar con eso. Y las personas donde estoy trabajando trabajan conmigo y de paso me dejan con mis hijos también. Pero si yo busco en otra parte, no, nomás me van a dar rate a mí y no me van a ayudar con mis hijos. Y estoy batallando por el rate también, como yo no manejo.
I'd also like to say that I don't drive, and so the setup that we have right now with my ride also is the ride for my children. It would be challenging for me to find a ride, a new system, a new ride at the different school. If I had to move them to another school, that would be a challenge for me.
Y otra cosa es que como también con la señora que me cuida a mis hijos, ya le tengo confianza, también parte de eso, pero más por el rate.
And I've also developed trust with the child care, and that is important, but the biggest obstacle here is the transportation for me.
Y como si los dejo, por ejemplo, si yo busco rete para mí y si yo dejo solo a mis hijos que caminen solo y yo no me siento a gusto dejar solo a mis hijos en la casa que caminen solo si yo porque no he conseguido cerca de donde vivo que me vayan a dejar la escuela donde van a asistir. Y le tengo confianza también a la señora que me cuida a mis hijos. Ella me los recoge, me los trae y yo los recojo a su casa y así todos los días, del trabajo a la casa, de la mañana al trabajo y en la tarde lo mismo.
I have not been able to find a similar system where I could get rides for my children at the other school, and I don't feel confident or comfortable having them walk to school every day. And so this arrangement is convenient for us in that way as well.
Eso es todo, creo, porque como es la, pues, de los rates nomás es lo que estoy valorando.
Okay, that is all for now. The main thing is the ride that have been having to depend on a ride.
Gracias.
Gracias. Okay, pull the district forward, please.
Buenas tardes.
And Dr. Hernandez, just to be consistent with our translation, you've been so kind in prior meetings to do the translation for yourself, but we're gonna have Costa do all the translation.
Good afternoon, President Nowen, board members, Dr. Wilson. Again, I am here on behalf of Savannah State Elementary School District and respectfully requesting support of the district's decision to deny the inter-district transfers requested for the Jocelyn and three students who reside within the Roosevelt Elementary School District, Elementary School, which is in Savannah City. The stated reason, as explained by the parent, has to do with transportation needs as well as daycare, which are outside the district attendance area. We recognize and respect those childcare needs and those circumstances. Wanted to make sure to remind the family that we have support before and after school to ensure that they know that there'll be staff before school starts as well as afterwards. The distance to the homeschool in Salina City is closer than the distance to the requested school outside the district. So the question would be if there's a way for the provider to, instead of taking them to the school out of some community outside our district, that the provider could provide them transportation to Roosevelt, their homeschool.
right, thank you. So now I'm going to invite you forward for a final rebuttal.
That is it.
Okay, any final rebuttal? All right, thank you. Now we will take questions from the board for parents or the district. Virginia.
Where do you work?
Yo trabajo cerca de donde, en la Sanborn, pero allí recorremos a dejar la señora donde cuidan a mis niños por la razón, por el rate y como ellos van de paso también porque ellos tienen familias. No es solamente yo, ellos también tienen un niño y de paso dejan ellos a sus hijos y de paso me ayudan a mí a dejar a mis niños. Ellos van en la Boronda, allí trabajo yo, pero recorremos todo en donde está todo el Sanborn, recorremos hasta llegar a la Boronda.
Sanborn and Boronda.
So, in the field?
En
En el
el
field.
campo, en el field.
Sí, en el field.
Okay, thank you.
Can you translate?
Yeah, and I'll translate. Yeah, and so, the ride, they also work in that area, Sanborn and Boronda. And so they too, that's their direction in which they go. And so, it's convenient, I guess, for both parts. Si es correcto, los dos trabajan en ese rumbo.
Sí.
Y por eso es práctico que
Ajá.
usted se vaya con ellos.
Ajá.
Yes, because we both go to the same, in the same direction.
Any other questions? Yes, Sandra, question.
I'd just like to thank you for being here today and for approaching the county board with what you need. That's how you move.
Sí, gracias a ustedes.
Hi, John?
For the district, so there are 3 kids. And all 3 kids have up to this point been on inter-district transfers to Allison. Okay.
My question, John, you stole my thunder. I just wanted to clarify that these students are already in LaSalle School District. Yes. Okay, any other questions or are we ready to move on to deliberation?
I would like to make a motion if may I.
You may.
Okay, when I'm here today, it's really sad, it touched my heart. You're living a hard life and I feel for you. So, with that in mind, according to your appeal number 25, 26, 28, and under our MCOE, inter-district attendance appeal, you do qualify with, it says here 3 reasons, but I add another one. Reason, childcare, lack of transportation, financial hardship, and the one that I added to the list is safety issues when the kids walk from school to the house. So with that in mind, I would like to recommend the board to approve the appeal.
Can I get a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
And it's for all 3.
Yes, for all
All 3 of these.
All 3 students, student 25,
Just wanna
26,
clarify.
28, 25, 26, 29, and 25, 26, 30. So moved and seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes and the students mentioned shall be allowed to attend LaSalle Union School District through the highest grade offered by the school in which they are enrolled.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eso es todo, yes.
Muchísimas gracias.
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 All right.
Day, we appreciate you.
Before Dr. Hernandez walks out, just one quick question. Is the district looking at trying to see if there's any possibility to add a childcare that could open at 5 or 6 in the morning?
Or review grade span issues? Or perhaps review grade span issues to see which ones we can
We'll see which ones are new.
Yeah.
That would be great.
You know, following up on Dr. Gus, you know, that is such an issue for the ag workers. Because, you know, yeah, you're there at 7:30, they gotta be on the job at 5. And so, you know, that's, if that gap can be filled, it makes a lot of this easier and you can serve my students. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
If you did not eat, there's sandwiches in the kitchen. Please help yourself. Take a plate.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
thank you. We're on item 6.5, approval of special education waiver for the Monterey County Home Charter School on page 65 in the agenda. And you want to take this, Dr. Gus?
Yes, I'm gonna, were you gonna take this one?
I can take it because I did talk to Nadine.
Okay, please, Dr. Stanley, can you take this for us?
Yes, absolutely. And the part that she wanted to make sure that you understood is it's in paragraph number 2 right there, which says due to increased enrollment and service demands within a home charter, the case load exceeds this limit. So this is an approval of the waiver, which is going to authorize the resource specialist to serve up to 32 students for this waiver period. So that was the gist of what this request is.
So
in the
we
waiver.
actually do have 32 students
Mhm.
and we need to, okay,
We need to allow the resource specialist
to
to
serve
serve that
those
many.
32
Mhm.
students.
And the goal is 28.
Right.
Yeah,
That's why we
general-
have to
The
wait to
education
allow it to
Yes.
go.
Mhm,
Yes.
Exactly.
But my understanding is that it's not expected to negatively impact the quality or
Right.
frequency of the
No, no, no.
services. So
No,
the
absolutely.
individual feels like they can still meet the needs of all
Yeah.
32. But it's really difficult for us to try to find an additional teacher.
Or not
For
many.
4 kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Move approval.
Moved and seconded, all those, Sandra, did you have a comment or you have a question? No. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. We did 6, 7, we did all of these. 11, okay,
That's a lot.
gosh. Okay. Okay, approval of the letter of support for the 4-bill SOS for student achievement legislative package, page 67 in the agenda.
What item number is that?
Item number 612.
6.12.
So this was, CSBA asked us to write this letter of support for these AB legislative issues. I don't know, John, if you want to.
Or bill, yeah.
For Bill, if you want to speak to this.
Sure. So one of my greatest complaints about CSBA in the time I've been here is it serves so many masters that it never can like get around something. I was at the delegate assembly in December 2 years ago, and Vernon Billy, who's the executive director, got up and he gave an impassioned speech regarding closing the achievement gap. I mean, it literally brought tears to my eyes. And so that was his effort to put a stake in the ground and say, we are going to do something. CSBA is going to do something about the achievement gap. And they have been putting on a full court press. And part of that is asking everybody for these letters to support these 4 bills. Are these 4 bills the solution? There's a lot of question about that by a lot of people. In fact, some counties have just gone ahead and supported the first one and have been neutral on the other 4 because it's, you know, we understand what you're trying to do, but is this the way to get there? And I don't know, Dr. Gus, if you want to contribute anything on that.
Yes, so there are also some concerns from some county superintendents about one of the bills creating more bureaucracy at the state level, the one about adding a whole additional body and a new dashboard, because there already is a dashboard. There's already some existing state level bodies. I personally expressed my concern about these same things at the CSBA Superintendent's Advisory Council. But the concern was that, well, the existing bodies, it's not in legislation that says that's their role. So CSBA feels like this is the best solution to trying to close the achievement gap, put it that way.
Yeah, and, my personal, I agree with Dr. Gus. Is this, the right recipe to get to the goal? I don't know. I'd probably do it different, but I think for me, the important thing is keeping the pressure and the momentum on the initiative. And if we start to, this get my personal opinion. If we start to kind of nitpick at this point in time, the thing's going to lose the steam and the momentum. So I'm in support of the letter as is.
Mary?
Well, achievement gap has been an issue for me, I think, ever since I've been on this board. I think I've thrown it on the board priorities almost every year. Some years it stuck, some years it didn't. I didn't have a chance to review all these bills in depth. I did try to pull them up and see exactly kind of what they were about. I'm not really impressed, but I'm also not on the CSBA where they went into it in detail, so they probably have a better understanding of it and maybe a better feel for what it will actually accomplish. I don't. I don't think creating another commission or another dashboard is the answer to getting the achievement gap closed. I just don't think that's the answer. We haven't found the answer in all the years that I've been dealing with this. I definitely don't think these are the answer. John may be right that if we lose momentum, then it may fall by the wayside completely. I don't know. But to say that this is it, I'm not quite sure. Now, maybe CSBA doesn't feel that there's another route to take, so they're just jumping on board, or they actually feel that there's going to be a difference here. I don't know. John's closer to it than I am. But I personally cannot support just throwing support behind bills that I don't think are going to get the outcome I want.
Thank you, Mary. Sandra?
I did see the letter of support, and I was happy to begin with because I see it like a way of it's something new to try it out. Whether it happens item number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 is questionable, but I'm a strong believer that if you don't try, you'll never get there. And collaboration for me in education wise overall is very important. So with that, I strongly support this recommendation.
Annette, go ahead, and then we'll go back to Mary.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mary, since
No,
you
I
were
just
probably
had, I was gonna
continuing.
ask John, was there a cost analysis done on what these bills will cost the state at some point?
I'm going to defer to Annette on that since she's on the delegate assembly. And I'm not on the ledge committee anymore, so I don't have that same insight. So she would have better insight than me.
I don't know if I know the answer to that particular question, but what I have seen is that these 4 bills are the first time that CSBA has had one coherent message. The individual, how to get there may not be perfect, but the big message is very clear and they're really behind it. And I think that's why I think we should support it, because this is the key for our education, to bring students together so that they can learn. And if we don't support this, which is, it's a concerted effort to try to do that. It may not be the answer, but at least it will get the state's attention on it. And the whole idea of pointing the finger at the state for not for putting all of these requirements on school districts, but not really supporting the school districts to do that, not doing their part as the state by reducing paperwork for us. So it hopefully will help reduce costs actually at the district level. Whether there's more cost at the state level for them to, change their systems, probably, maybe, I don't know. But I think the conglomeration of the 4 bills, they're trying to do something for the first time in a very coherent fashion, and I think that's important for us to support. So, yeah, that's what, and I don't know the dollar amounts. They didn't really talk about the dollar amounts. They're talking about, it's more of a policy issue. But I mean, I think they're trying to reduce overhead for districts and make the state stand up and help with education, as opposed to standing in the way of it and being kind of bureaucratic. That's the idea behind it.
And I, to add to it, is that, previously, I heard by some of the state people that I know close, that in order for the, State Board of Education at Sacramento to pay attention to the district and the counties, is that through the representation of the lobbyists that we have on board, they go and they share with those people, the trustees at the state level, what are we facing with? What do we need from them? And you are the messengers, because you carry on whatever you're seeing happening here. And that's the way that they can learn from you what we're struggling with here locally. So, good luck.
Right, can I get a motion? Or do you
I
have a comment?
I have a
Yes, go
comment.
ahead.
I think it's the same thing that I was asking Dr. Rebecca Andrade, is that in order for me to make a decision if I support or not support, I will have to have all the information. And I feel like this part of the information is not complete. I just wanted to mention.
This is a letter of support that's going to the Senate, and the previous letter that we've already approved, that was given to us with the full, all of everything was included. At that point, the Assembly had only passed one of the 4 bills. Now all 4 have been passed by the Assembly and have moved on to the Senate. So when we originally got this, we got all of the information. This is just the follow-on to support what we already agreed to for the Senate.
Yeah, for our resolution.
Right. We already passed that resolution. I believe that's correct.
So this is an action item, Madam Chair.
Yes, so I've.
Also move for adoption.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 2 opposed. Motion passes.
What was the second opposed?
Virginia and Mary. Okay, item 613, adoption of resolution 2659 U.S. Forest Reserve Fund, page 75 in the agenda. Dr. Stanley.
Thank you very much. So you might remember that we just had one of these last month where we approved a resolution for the Forest Reserve. That was a very small amount. It was a settlement for 2023-24. And then right after we approved that, we received our allocation for 24-25. So this is the distribution for all of the districts that have square miles within the Los Padres National Forest. So they get a tiny little bit of the $30,000 that is allocated to schools.
Any questions for Dr. Stanley? Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Item 6.14, adoption of resolution number 252661, board member absence, Mary Claypool, it's page 81 in the agenda. Dr. Gus.
Yes, as per board policy, when a board member is absent, they are to submit an absence form stating the reason for absence and asking for that absence to be approved, and then they would still be able to receive their stipend. So you see before you the stated reasons for that request. And just want to remind everyone that we still have not taken the old or the existing policy back for any kind of changes. So would ask that the county board be consistent with what you've been doing until any changes to the policy occur.
Changing it again.
Yeah, we're looking at it one more time.
Yes, changing it again.
We're working on it.
Oh, you're,
Yeah.
I didn't know it was up for change. Okay.
So
Continuous. We're never gonna get.
The changes, the clarification is all meetings. So the ed code says all meetings, which we were in our policy, it includes county committee meetings. And the conversation was, in light of what's been happening recently, all these meetings being added to your agenda that you could not foresee, like these additional interdistrict transfer meetings and the charter school appeals and those things that keep coming that you may not have had on your calendar because we set the calendar in December, and then these things have just been added because there's timelines that have to be met, and you can't always fit, those timelines don't always fit your current scheduled meetings. So the question at hand is that fair to board members who've already had plans and plane tickets and things like that? And so you can't make some meetings because you can't change those plans that have already been scheduled for maybe a very long time. However, we did get clarification from legal counsel that all means all. So all of those special meetings that get added, they do get counted, which means the stipend has to be divided by how many meetings you actually attended. But it does not include county committee meetings, so we need to revise our policy for sure to take out the county committee meetings as part of that. That's why the board policy is gonna look at it again, but we're not there yet. So
the policy committee is looking at updating 9250,
yes,
and they're gonna bring it back to the board.
yes.
Because currently it just says the regular schedule of county board members.
Yes, that's
That's what we're
exactly
looking
what
at.
the deal is.
Updating that.
Yeah.
That's what
Yes.
we're looking at.
Yeah. So that's why I wanted to point that
Yeah,
out.
you know, to be consistent with what we've done before, and this policy review has taken a little longer than I think anybody expected, but to be consistent, I move approval.
1 second.
been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes.
All these special meetings.
Okay.
Virginia, you have a question?
I'm sorry. We don't have to make a approval in anything else for this point?
I believe, I think everything else is non-action items.
So I don't have to be present, right?
No.
I can be excused.
Yes. Thank you, Virginia.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe we are now on item 811, annual charter school report, page 429 of the agenda. Dr. Horace.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And actually, we have Director Archuleta here to go ahead and provide a report for you today.
I have good news for you. I'm gonna allow you to just look at this report because it's really just a snapshot of all our charter schools. Dr. Gus asked 4 years ago for me to put together just a quick kind of dashboard for you. So we've got 5 charter schools, and when you go through this report, you're gonna just see demographic information, financial information, information that just gives you an overview of the charter schools. So please
feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory, and I think we've added the academic elements in there too. And then on the 24th, I'll come with my actual annual oversight, which I will present to you and you can ask questions in that. But I mean, please feel free to ask me any questions if you have any now.
We'll get you next time.
Okay, I hope you guys don't think I was just hanging out because I like inter-district transfer process, okay?
I was hoping you did.
I hope so.
All right, thank you very much. We're on 8.12, payment of claims for May 2026. Dr. Stanley.
Thank you. Yes, this is our $3 million that we spent for the month of May. I did not have any questions about these, but I thought you might be interested in two items. One is on page 50. It is the dollar amount of $278,206, and that was summer ELB/STEAM program for our students at CSU Fresno. So that's a good opportunity for them during the summer. And on page 451, we have an amount of $132,010. That's literacy curriculum for our program. So that's also very good news.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stanley. Are there any questions for Dr. Stanley? All right, seeing none, we're gonna move on to item 8.13, first reading of deletion of board policy 0440, technology plan. That's on page 491. Dr. Porras.
Thank you very much, Madam President. As you may have read on the cover sheet, we are continuing to work through these policies. And in particular, this one, deletion. Whenever we are removing a policy that's no longer necessary, whether by ed code or law, or whatever it might be, rather than just remove it, we need to bring to the board for approval to delete. And that's why you see it all struck out. And so we're asking that this need to be deleted from our books, as we have other policies that are going to be taking the place, and it's no longer required right now.
All right, thank you. We're on to item. Yes.
For Dr. Porras.
Sure.
On page 496 at the top, number 9, it says continuous improvement. And it says MCOE should regularly evaluate the use of AI.
Not quite there yet.
Oh, I thought you wanted point 2, 1, 2.
1.3, 8.13, we just finished that. Do you have questions on that one?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I'm on 8.1.
Yeah, okay. Now we're on 8.14, first reading of board policy 0441, artificial intelligence, page 495. Dr. Porras.
Hey, thank you very much. This policy is a new policy. And so we are still working on drafting this along with our tech services. At this stage of the game, you're going to find counties and districts across the state working on these policies. They're required. They are the guidelines that have been provided for us, but also at the same time, it's pretty loose. There's not a whole lot of definition involved with it. So we're sort of wandering in the dark a little bit. And so this is our first run at this. We think we did a pretty good job with it. Our main goal here was to make sure we're regulating the use of AI by our students that we oversee and our staff, and that it's consistent with our own policies that may be in some way tangential to this work. And so I'm happy to answer any specific questions that's on the policy. And if I need to, I can follow up and get more information if I don't have an answer for you today.
Okay, now Mary, we'll take your question. Thank you.
Stop jumping the gun. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I have 2 questions now. First of all, how much AI is currently used in our current programs
Well,
that
that's
this
good.
would be adhered to?
Sure, that would be a great question. We're working through those. It's not a lot at this point. I think that everyone's walking a little carefully with it to make sure that we're dealing with student honesty and integrity for students, for staff. They do use AI chat GPT mostly, although Gemini comes into play. But we've had some trainings with this for staff through our cabinet and within their departments. Really trying to make sure that we're understanding, don't trust it implicitly, take your time, use it, but use it as a tool to help assist the work, but to review the work and make sure, trust with caution kind of thing. So not a lot yet, but we're building on that. And I think our tech department is doing a really great job of keeping us informed on kind of what to look out for as we move forward. Not a time yet, though.
And obviously AI is gonna move kind of fast, so I guess in order to keep up, we have to move fast.
Oh, yes.
So when it says MCOE should regularly evaluate, what does that mean to you? Is that 6 months, 1 month? I mean, 1 year? How
Oh,
often?
Yeah, well, right now, I think we're being forced I mean, at least quarterly. I mean, it's because the platforms keep shifting and changing quite a bit. And ChatGPT alone, they keep upgrading it. Director Gawala, I think his staff keeps us posted when there are changes to be made aware of. And so at least in terms of how the staff are using it. And so I would say at least quarterly for now, we'll be able to regulate a little bit more once we have a better idea. We're still getting the information, so.
It's changing like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
And let me just add to that, even though like we might be looking at policy quarterly, just to make sure it's all still in line or be recommending additional additions to the board for the policy. Honestly, the moment some issue or concern comes up, we're already evaluating right then and there. Who's using this? What are the limitations? How do we be very careful? Because it is changing so quickly that is impossible to stay on top of all of it. But the moment we have a concern, then Adam, you all know Adam very, very well. He's like, okay, nope, we're gonna not use that one. We're gonna shift, evaluate another one. So we don't let it go on for very long at all if an issue comes up.
You'd be way behind.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? All right.
Just a comment, Madam Chair.
Yes.
In regards to that police, BC 0441, I went on my own and did a couple of searches in different counties. And the one that is close by is Santa Cruz County. And they adopted the new AI police. And I think they picked it up from CSBA because according to the CSBA police that they adopted it, it's pretty much similar to what we're looking at right now, except a little bit of wording differently, but exactly everything is being given. You can, I have copies of those.
Yeah.
Just for.
We use the same sample policy.
But pretty
from
much.
CSBA. Our format just looks different.
It's, everything is there. Just like a photocopy out of it, just different wording. But it's getting there. It's important to take a look to see how far we can go and what is gonna cause us benefits to our kids, children, teachers, in general.
We'll keep you posted as we continue.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're on to item 8.15, discussion on the board self-assessment from the board retreat. Dr. Gus.
Yes, so as you may recall, at the retreat, our facilitator suggested that you every so often, either every board meeting or every so often during your board meetings, that you take a look at your board self-assessment results and then address some of those items on the self-assessment. And here we go. Sorry, right in my hand. It's been a long day. This is a copy of your results. And there's
Did
only
you say 1815?
8.15.
8.15.
Sorry, 8.15, discussion on the board self-assessment.
We don't have that.
We're passing it to you.
Here it comes.
Yeah, right here.
Coming up.
Oh, this is it.
Yes. So this is what she wanted us to, or you to revisit and just take a look. And so if the board will entertain the idea, since it has been a very long meeting, maybe you just address one of these today, and the one that is in red, I think you could address very easily. And that is on the second page, which says that the board establishes a procedure for self-assessment and does it annually. So my question to the board is, years ago, when the county board used to do the self-assessment regularly, it was part of the policy for the annual organizational meeting. It was just one of the items that you covered each year. The staff used to send out the assessment form to all the board members. You filled it out, you returned it. At the time, Jenny Brown would then tabulate your results. And then at your annual organizational meeting, you'd share out the results of those. So the question to the board is, would you like us to go back to that process and add it back into your annual organizational policy that you are going to do your board self-assessment and look at it annually. Because you scored yourself as red that you don't do it anymore. So that's how you can get out of the red.
I think I did agree because I'm. But you say do it at the organizational meeting instead of at the board retreat? Is that what you're?
When years past, you used to do it as part, you filled it out
At the organization.
at the organizational meeting, and then at the retreat, you talked about your results. But it was, the actual form was passed out to everyone at the annual organizational meeting. Because that happens at the same time every single year.
I am in support for passing out the assessment at the annual organization meeting.
And then it's due back when?
Prior to whenever you're, like, it should come back at least 2 weeks before
Before
your
the retreat,
retreat.
so we
But
can
you
tally.
change the date of your retreat sometimes. Sometimes it's in
So you could
February,
just make
sometimes
it-
it's in March.
Yeah.
Back and done by the.
End of
the-
January
yeah,
or something.
January.
January meeting.
At the January, so you get it in the December meeting, or we could, even this one came to us electronically.
Yes, that's.
So we could do it, just do it electronically and submit it, and it comes back to the board, back to staff at the, at the January meeting, so it's ready for the retreat, whether we have it in February or March.
So pass it out in December, fill it out and bring it to the board meeting in January and then discuss it at the retreat.
Yes.
And or if it's electronic, we can do it electronically. If whoever wants to do it either paper or.
Yeah, you just get it completed. by then.
You have a thought, Mary?
No.
Okay.
Do that.
All right, John suggests.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we said that's a big hole, so let's fill the hole.
all right, I agree. All right, sounds good.
Got
Thank you.
direction. Thank you.
All right, reports from the superintendent and staff. We're on item 9.1, superintendent's report and upcoming events.
Yes, okay. First, let me just pass out my, just written all the various events that I have gone through. So that is my written part of the report. But I also did just want to add or draw to your attention the fact that you may have seen on the news that 4 districts in the state of California received from the U.S. Department of Justice, Civil Rights Division, notice that they were going to be undergoing a justice compliance review. And so we've been getting a lot of questions. Well, what is this? Why are 3 of those districts from Monterey County? One is San Francisco. The San Francisco superintendent has been called to Washington, D.C. and testified this morning. I don't have in front of me who they testified to, but to a group in Washington, D.C. Hopefully, these 3 districts won't have to do that, but they will be complying with the audit. They're, just for clarification, they do not have any complaints against them or anything like that, and we are very unclear why those 3 districts were chosen.
Well, what are the 3?
The 3 districts are Soledad, Graves School District, and Santa Rita.
Graves.
So very, very unusual. This has never happened before, and we are seeking to try to understand why those 3 districts were selected. At this time, we don't have any information. We do not know. But all districts will obviously comply with the request for information. So wanted to just make sure you were aware of that. And I wish I could tell you more, but I have no additional information on that. The other thing that I, wanted to share is just a huge gratitude to all board members who were able to attend some of our graduation ceremonies. We just had, wow, a day of celebration for all of our graduates who walked across that stage. Open Door Charter had the largest number of graduates than we've ever had before. It was something like it was in the sixties, like
70, 71, something like that.
some
Wow.
sixties or 70s.
That's awesome.
Yes, so very, very awesome. All of the ceremonies just went off without a hitch. It's beautiful. Again, thank you to the board members who were able to attend. And we also, let me see, I thought there was one more thing I wanted to share with you. Oh, yes, the other thing I wanted to share with you is that, as you know, you do have a meeting on June 15th to hear more inter-district transfer appeals. I will be in Florida for my father-in-law's funeral that week, so I will be unable to be at the meeting. Dr. Portes will be here for you. And there is one little issue, not for Monday, but there are some inter-district transfer appeals that are coming in where the appellant missed the district's timeline window to submit their appeal. And there can be a number of reasons for that. If they're coming from a private school, they may not have even been aware that there's these inter-district transfer windows, or from out of the area and they just moved in after that time. There's a number of reasons why sometimes parents miss. We're trying to seek legal clarification as to whether or not you as a county board should hear those appeals. We were initially told no, and then we were told yes. And so we have asked 3 different law firms now. And we are trying to get clarification on this matter. So if you have different responses from different legal counsel, the question to the county board is, shall we share with you on that, at that Monday meeting, the 3 different interpretations? Or would you like us to work with with our county board president, share all the legal interpretations? Or how would you like us to handle this? Because this kind of thing has never happened before as well.
Put it on the list.
Yeah.
So many, so many.
My question is, our lawyer is Lozano, right?
Yes, but
Do we continue to follow the advice of the lawyer that we?
So we also have, for inter-district transfers, we have typically used Lozano Smith. But we also do use other law firms for other matters like special education, a different lawyer. Sometimes we use schools and college legal services for different things. Because remember, some of these attorney firms represent multiple districts. And so they can have conflicts, which is why you see us sometimes use, for example, Ed Sklar for charter school matters. But today we had to use a different lawyer because Lozano Smith, Ed Sklar, was already assisting MPUSD with this same charter school matter. So you can use different attorneys depending on all these things.
If I may.
Yes,
Just I think one of
please.
the other pieces is that, and I think you spoke to it, but I just want to reiterate it. I think the conflict of interest piece comes into play. Sometimes the lawyers that we work with will tell us, we can give you a general answer, but we can't give you a case-specific answer because we work for and which may end up changing sort of.
The flavor of the answer.
Yeah, so, and that, we're trying to be very careful about that as well. Complicated.
Mary.
Just for clarification of what Deneen is asking. So you have 3 different opinions.
Well, we talked to 3 different lawyers. 2 of them for sure have different opinions. I haven't had a chance to look at the 3rd one because it came in the middle of the meeting. So it could be different, could be the same as one of the other lawyers. We don't know yet.
And you want to know if we want to hear all 3?
I want to know if they're not giving the same message to us, how do you want us to decide whether or not these should come to you? Because our question is to legal counsel is, if a parent missed the window to even apply for an inter-district transfer, sometimes a district will consider that an abandonment of the request.
Which was one of the things they talked about.
Right.
That's where he said define denial.
But Right, but then another attorney has interpreted it to be, do you have that one, Andy?
Well, I mean, it follows similar, the two attorneys are in agreement with each other. That, what was presented in A, that an abandonment is not considered a denial and therefore not appealable. That's the kind of the crux of it.
Right.
And then one is the opposite, even though it's, if the district has said they're denying it, then that's a denial. And so therefore you have to hear the appeal. But the other two are saying, well, no, it doesn't even get to denial. It's an abandonment, as it didn't even reach the threshold of getting there. And so therefore it's not something that you approach.
Right.
And
Because
these are all education attorneys. They're very prominent agencies, attorneys, so.
for example, this one in my hand that I just got handed. Our interpretation of the statutory scheme is apart from the slight nuance that since parents missed the district's internal deadline to apply for an interdistrict transfer, the request was never denied and thus cannot technically be appealed. It was abandoned and the statutes provide that parents cannot appeal that. But, let's see,
If there's no application, how's there an appeal?
but there was an
There
application.
was an application and
They
they
missed
they missed
the
the deadline.
window.
But if it missed the window, how's there a valid application?
That's the case.
Well, so that's the thing, like, let's say I'm coming from, I'm just gonna give an example. I'm coming from a private school. I've never done an interdistrict transfer before. I don't know about any of this or whatever. They moved out of state,
Sure.
whatever example you want. When you move in, if they didn't know about the timeline and then they missed it, in some cases, the districts will say, oh, you weren't even here, so we're gonna go ahead and consider it, and then they approve or deny. And other districts will say, we're not even gonna approve or deny it, we're not even gonna look at it because you missed the timeline. But some of those parents are wanting to appeal to you, saying, whatever their reason why they didn't know about the timeline or why they missed it, they want to appeal it to you. And what we've been trying to seek clarification is, do you as a county board hear that or you don't hear that? And we're getting two different answers. So that's the question. If we're getting two different answers, regardless of which law firm I'm coming from, do you want to hear those matters? Do you not want to hear those matters? We just need to know. So
Well, this board member's opinion is that we are already so popular now with the local districts. But, we are, even today, we were basically saying this is what the law says, and we're being pretty stringent. And so I think we should be stringent on this, I think if we would, it would be a reasonable criticism of us if we were, really acting like what was tilting the scale in favor of parents, if that makes sense. So that would be my opinion.
Yeah, and although it breaks my heart to tell parents. Oh boy, something important must be happening right now. Breaks my heart to tell parents no. It just seems like it opens a huge can of worms to invite so many more transfer appeals to us if we're allowing somebody who's missed a stated deadline. Jaime?
And that's exactly what I was gonna say, right? We're gonna set precedent on, you heard the last one and they missed it. Now, and it doesn't really matter what the reason is. Sure. It's done.
You made a point earlier today in another meeting though, that, well, how do you know, that that's the reason why, it could be. And so there's so much gray area if you start to come off the black and white of it.
Yes. And like I said, it's hard to do that to families, but a deadline is a deadline.
There's a reason why they set deadlines.
Yeah.
Right.
And you had a comment?
No, not on that. I guess I agree with that. I don't think we should set a precedent to hear ones that we already know about. And then it could cause others to come out. I think that that's not appropriate.
Well, and that makes a lot of sense too then, because if I missed it and I figured like, okay, they're not gonna hear it, but now I just heard you.
Exactly, they're
I'm
gonna come back to us
and say,
again.
wait a minute, I
Exactly.
decided to do it anyway
that's what I
because you
mean,
guys
yeah.
have already done this, so.
Yeah,
So
it's,
I
we have
think
to
we leave it
be,
alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna go with this law firm's interpretation. And what I'm hearing is we are not gonna hear those.
Right.
Okay,
And if there's any specific issues, I will reconnect with
Yeah.
the.
Yeah.
And,
Special, yeah.
for
there's a
example.
special circumstance.
Right, and just for example, a parent may have a child that's already in a particular district and they miss the deadline for another one, saying it's a sibling and you want to allow siblings, but they missed the timeline entirely on one. The intent is to stick with, well, you missed the timeline, unfortunately,
Yeah.
regardless of the sibling part.
Timelines,
So just, but we're gonna think through those carefully, obviously.
Right, and get back to us.
okay, thank you for that direction. We just, these are your decisions,
a
and so
lot.
we just,
Yep.
it's a
We just
lot.
get A new item after new item in front of us.
Yes.
All right,
Thank you.
9.2 staff reports.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
and,
I'm sorry.
Also, the calendar. If you all receive the calendar, if there's anything you want us to register you for, please, just let Cindy know right away.
Yeah,
She'll
we-
be at your seat.
Oh, you didn't receive
John,
anything.
here. You want to take a look at
John
it?
like missed out on everything.
I do it electronically. I don't have hands.
No, they had hard copy for us.
All right, we're on 9.2 staff reports, 9.2.1 early learning program monthly reports for April 2026. Does anybody have any questions on this report? 9.2.2 educational services county office annual report summary is on page 519.
Okay, Karen is coming over very
Okay,
quickly,
great.
and you're
Okay.
gonna want to hear this report.
Yes.
So
Okay.
can we go to the next
No,
one?
it's,
All right.
it's really good news.
Okay, comments
That's
by members of the board. So Virginia passed this out to me. It's Women of Monterey County 2026 survey, Make Your Voice Heard. The Monterey County Commission on the Status of Women is collecting data about the women in the county of Monterey. To participate in the short 3 to 5 minute survey, scan the QR code below. So this is something Virginia wanted me to bring up in board comments. If you're interested, I will pass it down.
Thanks.
Scan the code.
Yeah, does anybody else have any board comments? John?
Yeah, I want to commend Dr. Porras. I know he tried to work with Salinas City about this issue of the grade span, and that it basically is law. And, hopefully that sinks in at some point, but if it doesn't, it doesn't. My comment is to expand on what I said earlier. So yeah, I'm gonna go to ACCBE this weekend, and when they say, what do we want to do? And I'm gonna be laser focused. We need to close whatever loophole people think is in this, is in AB.
Yeah.
24444.
Because, I understand why they're doing it. But, it can't be clearer that that was the intent of the law. So there needs to be some verbiage put in there that does not allow for what this interpretation is to do that. And then I'll report back what other county offices are hearing and other things about interdistrict transfers. But that's gonna be the one thing that I'm very specific.
John, any other board member comments?
Well, just a sort of a follow-on on the same thing. What they were saying is, if they didn't actually approve the interdistrict transfer in the first place, but rather that it was us who made it, that's actually is a nuance that might be worth
Oh, no,
pursuing,
absolutely.
because it's different if they did it before, right?
Well, can be, I guess you could see that if you want to, so that's something else that needs to be tightened up. A transfer is a transfer, whether it was done on appeal or it was done
Right.
initially. So yeah, that definitely needs to be
Yeah.
tightened.
Thank you.
All right, any other board member comments?
No, I just want to say that they're both correct and that we need to see something, clearer and controllable. So for the good of
Yeah.
either or.
And I'm interested to see what other counties are experiencing this sort of thing.
All right, we're gonna go to 11.1 legislation. John?
Nothing, the state budget needs to be approved and away we go.
All right, 11.2, Community Human Services, Annette.
We now have had a couple of different meetings with our new executive director. We're moving in a great direction, I think, just working on our strategic plan right now. And I think we're gonna really be doing more of strategic thinking at the board level with this new executive director, which I think is good. So.
Okay, thank you, Annette. 11.3, Child Abuse Prevention Council, Sandra.
That's a good question. But I have nothing to report.
There was a meeting.
You sent me an email and that meeting's coming up in August, the one that I'm planning to attend.
There was
I
a,
reply back to, what's the girl's name? Jersey.
yes.
Yeah, but on this issue, I'm not yet.
Okay, so on June 1st, there was a meeting.
I was not here.
Okay.
I was in Bakersfield. I
Okay.
didn't call to notify. My sister's having all kinds of surgery. She's 78. She's not doing well. She's my second mom. So I lost total time.
Okay, so as just for future reference, I am your alternate. So if you're not going to be able to make a meeting, just let me know and I can attend in your place because we are, I believe, legally required to be at these meetings. So as your alternate, I need to know.
I'll let you know.
And then also they're trying to get your bio for their
And a
web.
photo as well.
Yeah, for the
See,
website.
I read the email, so
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you. So Dr. Stanley, can you please report on the June meeting?
Yes, of
Thank you.
course I can.
Thank you, Chair.
So the big thing was, of course, that we kind of debriefed the breakfast, which was wonderful, and we all really appreciated it, and we really appreciate the collaboration that we have with our safety coalition. We also made a determination that maternal health is going to be the focus for the new year so all of our PSAs and training is going to be focused towards maternal health. We need some additional citizens at large to fill in the roster for the board. And they also talked about mandated reporter training. However, we always go through Keenan, and so that's not something that we really partake of. And our next meeting is scheduled for August 3rd.
All right, thank you.
And question,
Yes.
Sandra, would it be helpful, would you, your picture, your professional picture we have there, would you like us to send that to Community Human
yeah.
Services?
Oh, no, CAPSI.
I'm sorry, CAPSI? Yes,
Yes.
and the bio that you have on our website,
We sent the picture to Ginger already. Ginger has that picture. She just needs the bio.
so the bio that we
My
have on
bio.
our website,
The pictures,
okay, so that picture and whatever your bio is on our MCOE website, if you'll take a look at it, and if you like it and you want that one, we can forward that also in.
Tweaking it a bit so that there's a reason that you're part of the CAPSI board,
okay,
right? Yeah,
thank you.
that would be great.
All right,
Yours,
Yeah.
you got assigned to it, so.
yeah, right. All right, thank you. Let's move on. We're gonna go back to 9.2.2, Educational Services County Office Annual Report Summary. It's on page 519. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is quite a long one for all of you, so I appreciate the opportunity to be back with you, and I'm excited to be able to share a little bit of information on this report. I'll try to be brief just because I know it has been quite a long day already. One thing I want to share is this is our typical report. So we do this annually. It always comes in at this time. It's always timed with our LCAP that's coming in as we're doing it. But we are also in a little bit of a significant time right now related to what's happening at the state in terms of accountability. So having spent many months this past year working as our CISC chair for the state, I've had a chance to be on the back end of a lot of these meetings. And I can share that with pretty good determination that we will be shifting from what we call differentiated assistance to universal and targeted assistance. And so that's going to look a little bit different. And as we're closing out of differentiated assistance, I thought it would be very helpful for you to just at least be able to see, well, where are we at, right? Like, where are we at as we're making this transition and moving through? So I wanted to show, first of all, just kind of like the annual differentiated assistance eligibility over time. What has that looked like as we've moved across these last few years? And you can see that we've had significant reduction in the number of LEAs that are eligible for differentiated assistance. In fact, in this new year, we have 3 districts that just became eligible, and 2 of them based on a new eligibility criteria. So without that, we really would have cut that almost probably by 50% again. But they're doing really good work. The districts are working really hard. What I want to share is that it's a little bit like whack-a-mole. So if one of our school districts is working, you know, on supporting their English learners in a very specific area, mathematics, let's say, they put all of their support and efforts into really guiding in that direction, and they're working with continuous improvement, and they get that going and it's doing beautifully. And then the next dashboard report comes up and something completely different pops up. So then they come run over here and they start chasing that. That's a little bit what the state is trying to change, is they're trying to make it less volatile and more predictable for our district so that they can really sink in and wrap around that improvement. This report is something that our team is pretty proud of. This is the percentage of qualifying LEAs as compared to the state of California. Part of the reason for this becoming an issue at the state was the state of California realized that almost half of the districts in the state were eligible for technical assistance. And that's not really functional. You know, the system was never intended to serve almost half of the districts in the state. And so what they really wanted to shift toward was a model that was a little bit more proactive and preventative, meaning it's not a wait and fail. Like, we won't wait until you meet this eligibility marker and now you can come have these services that we provide. Instead, we're going to be more proactive and more preventative in that approach. I love that they're moving to that model, and I will share with you that the Monterey County Office of Education has been operating in that model for many years. So we have been organically integrating what we call level 1 and level 2 support services. Level 2 services are the differentiated assistance services as defined, you know, in our statute. Level 1 services are all of our regular program supports, like core academic supports, multi-tiered system of supports, things like that. And we've been kind of integrating them because it's just been working better. And so the state is moving more toward that type of a model, but we credit that shift to, you'll see the dramatic decrease in the number of LEAs that are eligible. Our support models have shifted, but also they have really become champions, honestly, for their own continuous improvement. There's so many districts have come through all of these different communities of practice and different networks now, and really have brought teams and are now applying those same methodologies to other areas that they have in need. And so it's just really been tremendous work. I want to congratulate them, but we are in the lowest percentile of districts that are eligible in the state. We also try to look at things not just from an accountability perspective. So that is something we're required to look at. So of course we take that very seriously, but really we want to know how all of our students are doing in Monterey County, right? How are all of our schools performing? And so we look at it from a broader perspective, meaning if we looked at Monterey County as a whole, how many reds do we have on the dashboard? And so you can see slowly over the last few years, we've really been working to bring those down and make sure that we are decreasing numbers all the way across the board, not just because somebody's eligible or not. This is true also for student groups. This is a really important slide for us because this slide is really about equity. This is really about saying students that had the greatest needs, who were not performing where we would have wanted to see them performing, that we are slowly reducing the number of students who are qualifying for that technical assistance. So several years ago, where we had 35 different student groups that would have been eligible in different districts around the county, we're down to where we have 9 eligibility criteria related to those student groups. So it's really exciting to see. This one I didn't technically have to include, but I wanted to include it right now. It's just a really important transitional time because the state of California, as I mentioned, is looking at it, modifying the criteria for eligibility through the California School Dashboard. So part of that means that we could see that schools and districts could now become eligible for state level technical assistance based on federal accountability criteria. Because CSI, which is Comprehensive Support and Improvement, CSI is a federal accountability measure, and that happens at the school level. So where differentiated assistance allows districts, entire districts to become eligible, the CSI allows schools to become eligible. So you can see where we've been in terms of how many schools were available for federal comprehensive support and improvement. Oftentimes we do see that these include alternative programs. That is not uncommon. This one is tremendous. So just a few years ago, we had 88 schools that were eligible for additional targeted support and improvement, which is part of that federal process. And we're down to one program that we're working really closely with, and they're just doing incredible work. So our goal is to make that a zero. And then this is the model that we've been looking at. We did have some county office superintendents, and Dr. Gus has been, deeply engaged in this process, but we had some superintendents that expressed they were a little bit nervous about the idea of the shift to universal and targeted assistance regarding the funding formula. Like, what would that look like? Because they're essentially saying these universal supports are free of cost. And so how do we make sure that that's not confused with other county office services or programs in terms of what that looks like? So we described for the team what was already included, the foundational and in that core functions in the blue area at the top. Those were services that we've always provided. Even prior to differentiated assistance, we already were providing supports for LCAP. For free. We weren't charging for any of that. That was already there. Williams is a good example. Michelle Archuleta does Williams. And we have some fiscal supports that Dr. Stanley provides, and even a couple of HR elements that fall into that ed code. And so those are free of cost. And then what will continue to be free of cost is universal and targeted assistance. And we'll have some more details related to that following the July board meeting. So while some of you will be up there for a couple of days, you may have an opportunity to hear quite a bit about universal and targeted assistance while you're waiting for your turn to be able to speak about our unification. So this is just where I wanted to leave this. It's just for you to be able to know, where are we at with differentiated assistance? What does it look like in the last few years? Our supports and services to the county, and then what model are we shifting to? Of course, we're going to bring a lot more information for you about this. The next time we come, you'll hear a lot about what people are calling now UTA, because of course we need an acronym for everything. And, but we're really proud of the work. We had an opportunity this morning to recognize our Senior Director of Educational Services, Michelle Ramirez. The local control and accountability work and some of that continuous improvement work really falls within her team. And it's just been really exciting to see all of the communities of practice growing and our professional learning networks across the county growing, and just making that difference where we want to see that most. So. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I also included a report that has far more detail in terms of the level of service that goes into both LCAP and differentiated assistance.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Just comment.
Yes, go ahead.
Fantastic, great work. I say all the time, got the best county office in the state, and it's just a further example of that.
Thank you, appreciate it. A lot of people putting in for that work. And I do want to say too, it's we work with some incredible educators. Our school and district teams across the state, they're really stellar too. They're working really hard. So we're really proud of that partnership with them as well.
Can I add one quick thing too? You don't see the slide before you because it was just kind of hard to read, but Dr. Lewis did share a slide with us. The percentage of improvement of the districts who were receiving differentiated assistance, because that's required by law. If you're eligible, you are required to participate, meaning you have to take our services, versus those that were not in differentiated assistance, meaning You can come to our trainings and whatnot, but you're not required. The district's NDA show greater growth than those who were not NDA,
Wow.
which is a testament to the services that they're providing. So you hear sometimes people say, oh, well, the test scores in the county, like, if they're not great, it's all the county office's fault. You all know, you're the county board, you know, we can't take credit for high test scores of districts that are doing well. And we also shouldn't be blamed for districts whose test scores aren't great, because we also, we don't get to hire and fire staff. We don't get to even train every staff, right? But we are required to support those that are NDA. And when we do, you obviously see the outstanding results. And so we have influence, but we don't.
Yeah,
we can't.
We're not direct.
Yeah, we can offer the water, but we can't make people come to drink unless they're NDA.
Yeah.
So thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day, and I hope your time will be short.
We're winding up here. We're gonna move to 11.4 Monterey County School Board Association. Mary.
No meeting, no report.
No meeting, no report. Thank you. Item 11.5 Association of California County Boards of Education. That's me. Tomorrow, they have a special topic session available virtually. It's running for office. So those of us that are up for election this year, there's still time to register for that. And then June 13th, John is taking my place at the Strategic Summit, and we made it loud and clear, John.
Yep.
You heard our pleas.
Inter-district transfer.
Yeah, so John will be representing our board at that Strategic Summit.
100 degrees.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Good luck. Okay, 12.1, resolutions, 12.2, agenda items. It looks like we have annual California Community School Partnership Program reporting and implementation on there, and the annual California Community Schools Partnership Program Regional Technical Assistance Center report. Continued, both of those are continued from May 13th.
And can I ask the board's permission, depending on how many of these inter-district transfers come in, these two items, if we need to postpone them another meeting so that we don't have to add an additional meeting because of the IDTs, do we have your permission to hold off further on these, or you want them at the very next meeting? They couldn't be here today because they're at a community schools event that we're hosting in our county today. Is there any problem holding off
No.
if we need to?
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. All right, is there any other resolutions or agenda items? All right, seeing none, our next meeting date, well, we have our special meeting on June 15th, Monday. And then our next regularly scheduled meeting is June 24th at 9 a.m. Agenda items due for that June 24th meeting are due June 12th. And otherwise, we will see you on Monday, and meeting is adjourned.
And we were gonna celebrate Virginia's birthday today, but she left, so stay and eat her cake. We'll get her a new cake for next month.